Good morning, everyone. Andrew Douglas in the Action News 5 digital desk for a Monday morning. It is 7 o'clock, and our top story has to come from the interstate here. Still no sign of the person who shot at a Memphis police officer. This happened late last night on I-240 in Perkins. Police then that person then led police on a chase that spanned 2 states. We have Cindy Hawkins now joining us live from I-240 in Perkins, where this all began. She has details of this investigation. Cindy, good morning.
Hey, good morning to you, Andrew. As you mentioned, this happened here, Perkins Road, Interstate 240. Someone shot at a Memphis police officer. I want to start off by saying no one was injured in this shooting. The shooting happened here around 8 o'clock last night, and that person then fled. Memphis police say other officers in this area then found the suspect vehicle nearby, tried to get that person to stop, but the suspect then continued to drive along Interstate 55 and Bridgeport Road over into West Memphis, Arkansas. That person then got out of the car and then ran into a wooded area. Memphis police say they had some help from West Memphis police to search for that person. Again, no one injured in this. It's also important to note that Memphis police did not return fire in the initial shooting that happened here in Memphis.
So a crazy story here, Sydney, because you have this officer that appears to have had shots targeted towards them, and then this person took off through all the way to West Memphis and then bailing out and then running in a wooded area. Do we know anything about the car or how many shots were fired?
Yeah, very limited details at this time. I do know that the Interstate I-55 as well as Bridgeport Road, that area was blocked off from about 9 o'clock until 2 o'clock this morning. It's up and running, as is this area, Perkins Road and I-240. We don't know about the car, what vehicle that person was driving in, nor how many shots were fired. Again, we do know that Memphis police did not return fire, nor was that officer that was shot at injured. So that's the great thing to report this morning, that that officer was not injured. We're still working to learn where, if indeed, if that suspect is in custody at this time.
Okay, and is this something that the Memphis police is in charge of, and West Memphis is just assisting with? Do we know if they'll be back out on that wooded area later today?
From preliminary information, it seems as if the two police departments were working together. I reached out to Memphis police, and they said they did not have that suspect in custody, but they did clear both scenes. As you see here, Perkins Road, I-240, this area is clear, as well as the I-55 and Bridgeport Road. When we went there earlier this morning around 4 o'clock, that area was also clear. Reached out to West Memphis Police Department, and they were not able to confirm if that person was in custody there. But from preliminary information, it seems as if both departments were working together for this one specific incident.
Okay, Cindy Hawkins reporting live for us out at 240 in Perkins. We appreciate the report, and thanks so very much. I'm sure we'll hear more about it later today on Action News 5. Cindy, thanks. Let's go now to our High Five camera there from our Midtown High Five camera. It is showing just lots of sunshine that gets the week going today. It's also very muggy out. Did you go outside at all this weekend? My gosh. A muggy Mother's Day. It was also a muggy day on Friday and Saturday. A little bit of rain, but mainly muggy. We're going to be talking about your full forecast coming up a little bit later here on Action News 5's digital desk. But right now I want to go to what happened there on Mud Island. Tugs is closed today. That is a restaurant on Mud Island there after a deadly shooting that happened Saturday. Investigators say about 7:30 Saturday night, a person was chased into the restaurant after a fight outside. Shots were fired. More than 50 people were inside. About 10 minutes later, a shooting victim arrived at a fire station where he was taken to the hospital and later died.
It was like we happened to be there right before, like after the shooting. We just saw, police and cars there. It was, it was weird because everybody seemed to be pretty chill actually, but it's kind of, we're not used to that. I mean, and they tell that this is a, calm area of the city, so
Yeah.
it's weird.
Yeah, investigators say the gunshots were the result of an attempted robbery. Looking ahead to when the Memphis-Shelby County School Board will schedule more meetings on the search for a new superintendent. Majority of school board members agreed to open the pool to new applicants and then select finalists. They went into retreat mode on Friday in hopes of clearing up the confusion, and then they began laying out the purpose for the search, wanting to accomplish what's next in the whole process. The board reviewed their qualifications and policies for selecting a superintendent, and that's all more than a decade old. Okay, at the same time, school leaders in Arkansas are preparing for some changes. The LEARNS Act would bring some changes to salary schedules, education plans. There's a lawsuit that's challenging the act as well. Arkansas Attorney General Tim Griffin says he looks forward to vigorously defending the LEARNS Act. In Mississippi, the group Parents for Public Schools filed a lawsuit challenging legislation affected school funding. A grant program was to be created for using Federal American Rescue Plan Act dollars. The Attorney General appeal argues that the constitutional provision doesn't apply because those aren't state educational dollars, but the plaintiffs say it didn't matter where the money originated.
The constitutional language is so clear. And from a just plain reading of the Constitution, we have, a quite strong case. And so I think, some of the arguments the state is making is, they have to put up some defense, and so they're gonna raise all the defenses that they raise in their appeal because the Constitution is so clearly on our side.
The brief was filed by the AG's office, also argues if there is funding imbalance at play tilted toward public schools, they will collect nearly 30 times as much as private schools. In other news, the judge will review the Nashville Covenant school shooters' writings to decide if they should be made public. The judge plans to hold a status conference Thursday. Two groups recently sued the city for withholding the writings from public. Police found 20 journals and a suicide note, according to the search warrant. Dozens of pets at Memphis Animal Services are at risk of being euthanized. Shelter takes in stray animals. It's been over capacity. Now they're at the brim after a cockfighting ring was broken up. Filling up Memphis Animal Services with nearly 100 chickens. There are nearly 30 dogs up for adoption right now and at risk of being put down. Grizzlies superstar point guard Ja Morant in hot water yet again, facing another suspension. It's the second time in a matter of months that Ja's been in trouble for holding a gun on Instagram Live. Back in March, you'll remember the NBA suspended him for 8 games. He also got some therapy there, but now they're questioning whether or not he's learned anything. And the news of this latest incident Saturday, where he appeared to flash a gun yet again on an Instagram Live, it traveled fast through Grizz Nation.
Carrying a gun is, within the right of what you have as a citizen, but within the conduct of what the NBA is and your Nike contract and the position that you're in, is just a tough situation where you just have to make better decisions.
Okay, so we're waiting to learn if there's going to be any kind of suspension when it comes to the NBA. Commissioner Adam Silver perhaps handing down a suspension for next season. We'll just have to wait and see. Right now, Ja Morant is not allowed on any kind of Grizzlies team organization campus while they continue their own investigation. Let's talk about the unofficial start of summer travel season in the U.S., shaping up to be busy. AAA predicting 42.3 million Americans will travel 50 or more miles from the home this Memorial Day weekend. Gas prices will be lower compared to last year when the average was more than $4 a gallon. All right, let's talk about a no-knock warrant. That's basically when police can hold you at gunpoint in your home without a warrant. That's the question two renters are asking. Brendan Keefe looks into the case that happened in Georgia.
Roswell Police, if you're inside, make yourself known now.
No knock.
Roswell Police, come to the sound of my voice. You sure the door closed?
No warrant.
Hey, man, come. Show me your hands. Show me your hands. Manos arriba.
Were you afraid? ¿Tuviste miedo?
Sí, tuve miedo.
Yes, I was afraid. I was scared.
Aquí ahora.
Officers forced Mario Melgar from his apartment at gunpoint and took him into custody.
Get him out of the way.
¿Por qué? ¿Por qué? Why?
Pues no sé porque.
Well, I don't know because they put the handcuffs on me for nothing.
708, we detained. Is someone with it? Is it supposed to be vacant? It's not supposed to be vacant. Okay.
The officers with a specialized unit were looking for squatters in vacant apartments in June of last year. A broken window attracted their attention.
This is 100% supposed to be vacant? About 90% sure.
The armed entry team had their doubts from the beginning.
Looks pretty furnished. Hold it, I can go confirm. You go confirm before we go further into this.
Detective Charles Craig checked the rent roll again and again.
A bunch of squatters, but I don't think this is going to be related.
That apartment was listed as occupied and fully paid up on rent.
Do you live here? Yeah. You live here? Yeah. Okay, show them vacant.
Even after Detective Craig checked the list, Mario and his roommate Marco were detained as suspects.
Pero tienes derechos. You have rights.
Exactamente.
Exactly.
The rent roll that you're referring to, the document that you're checking for vacancies on, where did you receive that document from?
I got it from the property manager.
Both Detective Craig and the officer with the ballistic shield and gun just inside the apartment received paychecks from the city and from the apartments.
Did you know Officer Craig worked for this apartment complex as an extra job?
No.
When a private business hires an off-duty police officer, they get more than just the person. They get the police uniform, the officer's badge, the officer's gun, their arrest powers, and in some cases, on-duty loyalty to their off-duty employer.
I f***ed up. I read the list wrong. It wasn't the list that was wrong. I read it wrong.
We don't know how much money the apartments paid any of the officers because the Roswell Police Department doesn't track off-duty hours or pay.
How long after that time when you realized this apartment wasn't on the list of vacant apartments did you finally release the person who was in handcuffs?
Too long, 10, 15 minutes.
Okay. And during that 10 to 15 minutes, if you had to estimate, how many more times do you think you lied to try to save face during that interaction with the officers and the person who was handcuffed?
Multitude on the same thing to try to save face and try to make it go away.
I don't understand. They're supposed to be here?
Yeah, they're good. They live here.
Mario and Marco were released with an apology.
When we determined the officer lied, he was told that he was going to be terminated and he quit before he was fired.
What would you like to see changed?
I would like them to be more careful.
Tengan cuidado.
Show me your hands.
So that type of things don't happen again.
Get him out of the way.
All right, well, graduation season is upon us, and whether it's high school graduation and maybe wanting to further your education or enter the workforce, or college graduates accepting a new job, financial decisions can be so stressful, and just trying to navigate through that can be very difficult. So joining us to talk a little bit more about it is Ashley Feinstein-Gersley. She's the author of Financial Adulting, Everything You Need to Know to Be a Financially Confident and Conscious Adult. Ashley, good morning. How you doing?
Good morning. I'm doing well. Thank you for having me on.
So I guess the first thing I want to do is just dive right in. Let's talk about maybe what are some of the biggest mistakes or things that these young adults, whether it's 18 into your early 20s, where maybe they're making mistakes financially. What would you say is probably some of the biggest problems or things that they just don't know about?
Yes, I'd say two big things. The first, and I did both of these things, so it's coming from experience, is to wait to save until we have enough money to save. So there's this idea, and how we traditionally view saving is we earn money, we live our lives, we pay everybody else, and then we hope and wait that there will be money left over to save. And in my experience, that just doesn't work for most people. Even when we get a raise, there's still not money. So I would say pay ourselves first, pay yourself first is something that I would highly, highly recommend. And then the other is not having a plan. And I know that budgets get a bad rap. We think they might be restricting, they might limit our fun, but I view them as an act of self-love, because when we have a budget, we have a plan, we have peace of mind, we can build in things that are fun and have no guilt as we spend them, and just have clarity about where our money is going and reach our financial goals. So I would say not having a plan and waiting to save until we make more money are the two biggest mistakes that I see.
And when you talk about saving, is there a certain rule of thumb when you say you want to maybe save back this percentage of the money you're bringing in, or does it just depend on each individual's budget and what kind of money they're bringing in. What advice would you have for that?
Yes, so I would say it does depend. I am not a big fan of having a certain percentage as far as saving and investing and retirement, but I would say first and foremost, you want to have that crisis fund saved up. So that first $1,000, that first 1 month of expenses, and then from there building up to have a fully funded rainy day fund. So in case something happens with an illness or with our job, that we have money to pay for our expenses for 3 months, 6 months, depending on your personal situation.
And this is just a question for me, because I think way back, back in the day, a lot of people would have their checkbook and they would go in, and every time they would write a check, they would go in, they'd balance their checkbook. They had an idea of the money that was coming in, coming out. Do you feel like that now people really aren't using that checkbook and it's harder to maybe keep up with the money you're spending? Do you feel like that?
Yeah, I think technology has done some great things, but it makes it very easy to have no idea where our money is going. Even if you think about checkbooks are a great example, credit cards, we don't feel the pain of what we spent until the bill goes through. Swiping our credit card, hopping in and out of a Lyft, we're not even really paying. So I think I'm a huge fan of having what I call money parties, which are time that we set aside to look at what's happened with our money over the last month or the last week. So actually go through and look at those expenses, because it is so easy to lose track of them. And I've had that experience where you see the credit card bill and you say, that wasn't me, but then you go through each and every expense and you realize, these things just add up. So having that time, if we don't look at our expenses, it's just not going to happen. And we need to carve out that time for ourselves.
Do you feel like that generation, you just get out of high school or you're coming out of college, that little group right there, a lot of times they're finally getting out of the house, they're starting to support themselves. Do you think that some of the biggest mistakes start off with credit cards, and maybe every time you go to a store and they say, well, you get 20% off if you apply for a credit card? Do you feel like that this generation can sometimes fall victim to that when it comes to credit cards? What are some of the biggest mistakes?
Yes. So I actually was one of the people who had that happen to me, and I didn't even understand how credit cards worked. I remember by the time I paid my bill, I had so many late fees. And so I do think there's this idea that it actually is something that I wish I knew when I graduated from school, that most people, we don't learn about this. And I'm seeing it more and more being taught in schools, which is wonderful. And I know parents want to be sharing this information with their kids, but they might not feel like they're equipped to do so. And so I do think there's this feeling when we graduate that we're the only ones who don't understand, and there can feel this like taboo of talking about it and asking questions. And what I've found is that most of us don't understand, and we're all learning as we go, and we're learning the hard way. And so I do think that helps to feel less alone as we navigate this. But then also, yes, to really, I think there's a lot working against us when it comes to personal finance, and that we're not educated about it. There's like with the credit card, there's probably 50 pages of small print that I could have read to understand it. So I would definitely caution to really understand any financial products that we sign up for. Talk to people about it, because if they don't understand and you don't understand, you might be able to find someone else, or to go and figure it out together can feel less lonely as we navigate this.
I remember when I was in college, starting in college, credit card companies, they actually would set up booths on campus, and you would end up getting a credit card, and it would have this incredibly high interest rate, but you weren't educated on what to even look for, what to consider. So I mean, I can see how credit cards can really get people into trouble. I do want to switch gears though. Student loans. When a lot of people rely on student loans to be able to go to school, what kind of advice would you give when people start looking to see how much they need to be borrowing? Because they do have to pay that back at some point.
Yes, so when we're going to, there's actually a chapter in the book dedicated to debt. So understanding credit cards, understanding student loans. And I think when we think about financing college, there are a lot of pieces that fund the pie. So there could be grants, there could be financial aid, there could be federal loans, there could be private loans. But at the beginning, when we're trying to figure out how much to take out. Ideally, we can minimize that pie. And in interviewing some experts on student loans for the book, I found that people actually can negotiate with their universities on what they're able to help them provide. In the worst case, that they say no, but then you're able to take out less debt, and then also to shop around with those private loans, just because we might think that that first offer we get is the best offer that we're going to get, but actually the offers can vary as far as interest rates. And when we're talking about numbers that are that big, it can make a huge difference if we're paying a 6% interest rate or an 8% interest rate or a 4% interest rate on our student loan. So I would say try to reduce the amount as much as possible and then shop around for the best rate on those private loans.
Good advice. Now, for those that are maybe graduating college, they're getting into the workforce, what are the biggest pieces of advice that you would want to send to them as far as their finances go?
I'd say the biggest, so first, again, just you're not alone in figuring this out, and financial adulting, so that is the name of my new book. Being a financial adult is about taking small, consistent steps. And so I think sometimes with a lot of different goals, but specifically our finances, we view improving in that area that it has to be this overnight transformation, that I wake up, I spend the whole weekend making my financial plan, and I'm a new person. But that sets us up for failure because it's too much of a jump. And so taking small, consistent steps that are manageable, that feel like we can keep improving, I think is the way to go, because then we're improving and learning all year round. And then something that I wished that I did more of, and I know that so many looking back at the beginning of their careers wish they did, is start saving for retirement, because when we're starting young, we have so much time to allow our money to grow and compound, and it just makes it so much easier on us later. And that money is coming out pre-tax, typically, when it's a 401k, so it actually feels less painful than you'd expect. So I'd say, looking back, that's something that a lot of people that I talk to wish they put more aside for retirement and let it grow for them.
And we've talked so much here at the Digital Desk about debt and what debt can do as far as your mental health and various other things that it can do. Do you feel, I love the name of the financial adulting. I love that. But do you feel like that one reason you decided to put this book together is because a lot of times people build up that debt while they're young, and then after they get out of college, they've built up all this debt as they're starting their new job. Do you feel like a lot of that debt ends up getting built up early on in life, and then you're just spending time trying to pay it back?
Definitely is a big part of stress in the younger generation, and something you mentioned about the booths during college and getting a free t-shirt and having, understanding that when we're paying that minimum payment, it isn't actually potentially making any dent in the balance, and our credit card could still be growing. So there's so much there. And I do think there's so much shame. First of all, there's a lot of stress around debt, especially when we're starting our careers and we might not have a lot of extra income to go towards those debt payments, but then also just the shame that comes with debt. And so I first love to talk, in the book I talk about what debt is, and it's really just money we owe for something we bought. It doesn't mean we're bad or that we did something wrong, or it could be a certain time in our life, it could be a mistake we made. But from there, really, I think sometimes when we have so much shame around the debt, it has us even not look at it. So I take everyone through a 3-step process to make a plan to manage and pay down debt by starting with looking at what it actually is. And that can be, as stressful as that sounds, to list out all that information. It can be really eye-opening. And then once we know what's happening, we can make a plan to manage it. So always better to have that information than to not look.
And educating yourself about what you need to know is so important. And you were mentioning about paying that minimum. I had a friend that during that age time between 18, early 20s, she got a bunch of credit cards and she told me, she's like, just pay the minimum payment. And I'm like, this is terrible advice. I guess any final points you want to make before we let you go?
I go back to that taking small, consistent steps. And you mentioned earlier why I wrote this book. And because so many of the things that you're mentioning are things that I made mistakes with. And I studied finance, I worked in finance, and I still knew nothing about my own finances. And so this is something that we are not set up for. So we want to learn as much as we can. And my goal is, in writing this book and in the work I do, that others don't have to make the same mistakes that I did and can progress through their financial lives with a lot less stress and potentially heartache.
Well, Ashley Feinstein-Gerstley, the author of Financial Adulting, Everything You Need to Know to Be a Financially Confident and Conscious Adult. Thank you so much for joining us and sharing some really great advice and some really good tips for our viewers this morning.
Thank you for having me.
Okay, Andrew Douglas in the Action News 5 Digital Desk. Methodist Le Bonheur Healthcare hosts a Camp Bravehearts. They've been doing this for many, many years. This is such an amazing experience, and it's for children ages 6 to 16 who have experienced a loss or bereavement. And it's been going on for quite a bit of time. I can remember doing stories years ago about it. And all I hear is that people who have attended this camp say that it's helped them so much. Let's bring in the camp director, Mark Smith, now on the digital desk to talk more about this year's camp. Mark, good morning to you. We have thousands of people who watch us here on the digital desk each and every morning. Can you fill them in on exactly what Camp Braveheart is? Good morning.
Good morning, Andrew. Thanks for having us on today. Camp Bravehearts is a free 3-day camp for children and teens ages 6 to 16 who have experienced the death of a family member or friend within generally the past 2 years prior to attending camp. It's staffed by a team of trained professionals and volunteers, and we spend those 3 days together learning to deal with their grief. We do that in several ways. One way is simply normalization. Truthfully, no one in society lives very long without being touched by loss of some kind, but as a society, we do a very poor job of acknowledging grief and loss. It's something we tend to keep behind closed doors and try to deal with on our own. We stuff it down and don't acknowledge it at all. So one thing that camp does just right from the start is it normalizes it. Everyone there, even our staff, have been touched by losses. So we normalize that grief. We come together as a group of staff and children and teens, and we acknowledge the grief rather than stuffing it down and pretending it isn't there. And beyond that, we work toward expressing the emotions that comes with grief in healthy ways rather than destructive ways. And we do that through a variety of activities that may speak to a particular teen or child in ways such as expressive art, expressive music, fun, a group, physical. You know, when you think of a camp, those sorts of camp activities, and sharing memories and stories of our loved ones.
You know, I can't imagine anyone at the ages of 6 to 16 who have lost someone so near and dear to their hearts, perhaps a parent, a brother and sister. It just is devastating for that. And for you guys to organize this kind of camp is so great, making it free and open to anyone. But I know May 26th is when registration closes, so people need to begin registering now for this camp that is from June 21st through the 23rd. Tell me about the coping skills that you guys, you and your staff try to teach at the camp, Mark.
For sure. First is simply acknowledging it. So again, many people are taught that we should pretend our grief isn't there, that simply to go on and be strong. Be strong is something that you hear quite often when it comes to grief. And unfortunately, many people hear be strong and they feel like, well, that means I have to put on a brave face. I have to act as if I'm not feeling all of these things that I am feeling, but I'm supposed to be strong. There's this expectation put on me. And so I can't let anybody see that. I can't let anybody know what I'm feeling inside. So again, from the beginning, just normalizing that what you feel in grief is part of grief. It's okay to feel. It's okay to express it. No, we do want to express in healthy ways. One emotion that people may feel with grief, sometimes we feel angry about the loss. And certainly there are healthy ways to express anger and there are unhealthy and destructive ways to express anger. So we talk about that. We have some examples. One activity that we do every year involves going to the edge of a lake, and we have an emotion that we write. And for different campers, it's different. what that emotion is, but a difficult, big emotion they've been holding on to. And we write that onto a rock, and we do a physical activity of throwing that rock into the lake to represent being able to let that out. So for someone who's holding on perhaps to anger, that physical emotion of throwing the rock in a safe place, the lake, instead of at someone, is a healthy way, for example, to let that anger out. And also that physical activity, there's an actual energy release there. We also talk about coping through art, coping through music. Now, not everyone, will that speak to. So we talk about other ways. We have a child life specialist who's a part of our team, and she's going to be doing programming with our age groups about that. We have a music therapist that is coming over from Levanter, who's going to be spending time talking about how music becomes a part of your coping, even if you're not making music yourself, how you can integrate music into your coping. We have other activities that we do that are specifically geared to talking about if you're having big feelings, what are some ways, a menu, if you will, of expressing those and coping with those that acknowledges, lets the feeling come, and lets you process, think through, express in healthy ways, rather than keeping it bottled up inside, rather than turning yourself into a human pressure cooker, if you will, waiting for it to just explode.
We're talking about Camp Bravehearts with the camp director, Mark Smith. Camp Bravehearts, 3-day free camp, June 21st to 23rd, a safe space for emotional healing after the death of a family member for anyone who's 6 to 16. I know it's at For the Kingdom Retreat Center in Northeast Memphis. That's a beautiful campus, and it feels like you're out in the woods when you're actually in the city of Memphis, but it's beautiful, and there's so many great things for the kids to participate in. Tell me what you notice about campers as they participate in various studies and activities there at the camp during Camp Bravehearts.
Well, Andrew, kids are kids, and on day one we see a variety of personalities, just what you'd expect from a group of kids and teens. When we first welcome kids into camp, For the Kingdom has a great facility, and so there's we'll have some different we'll have volleyballs, basketballs, different things that the kids can do just to kind of, as they acclimate to being on site there. And you'll see some who are open and playful and quickly making friends and being loud like kids and teens do. Some are quiet and reserved and kind of hanging out on the edges, a little more introverted. But pretty early in the day, we have an activity, again, that acknowledges that elephant in the room, that we're all there. We're having fun, and everyone there, even our staff, all of our campers, have had a loss. And we begin to normalize. And as we keep doing activities, some fun, some serious, some physical activities that then we can make connections back to loss and expression and feeling, some that are very focused on different aspects of loss and expression and emotion. You might see common ground between the campers begin to form, just maybe over, you like Pokemon or you like soccer, so do I, and it's friendships that begin to form. Maybe it's, you lost your mom, I lost my mom, and common ground begins to form. Friendships begin to form. Campers begin to find that it's okay and it's safe to share because everybody here has had a loss, and nobody's going to judge me for what I feel in this place. So over the time together, then we begin to see some victories. Maybe it's a small victory where just someone who's been quiet through several sessions realizes that it's safe to share, and maybe they speak up and they share something that's on their mind. Maybe it's a larger victory. Maybe it's somebody who's really nervous, maybe about one of the physical activities. There's a climbing wall activity, and maybe somebody who's nervous about that, they take a small step. Maybe it's just they walk up to the wall and they literally take one step up off the ground, and that's the victory. And that's a huge victory because their friends that they've been with in their group are cheering them on and supporting them, not in a judgmental way, but just, hey, you can do this. We're here with you, which also is parallel to grief. Hey, we're in this together. We're here with you. So sometimes we also see big victories in the emotional front, like, hey, I've never really shared how I felt before. Now I feel like I can. And not just here at camp. Maybe I can go back and tell other friends or my family how I feel. These are the changes that we can see over our time together.
That's fantastic. I really appreciate everything you and your staff does for this camp and for so many Memphians and families out there that are going through such a devastating loss. Where can people sign up? Where can they get more information about Camp Bravehearts? And is there anything else you want to mention before we let you go?
They can go to methodisthealth.org/Camp Bravehearts. methodisthealth.org/Camp Bravehearts. All our information for registration is on our website there. And also, if anyone would like to sponsor our camp, it is free for campers due to generous donations through the Methodist Foundation and the Methodist Golf Classic. So information about how to sponsor campers on the webpage. We're actually going to, Andrew, we're going to extend that registration out to May 31st, just to try to get even more. We're having great response. We want to get even more response to our camp. Just the last thing that I would share for everyone who's listening is grief is a normal and natural reaction to loss. And Methodist Healthcare wants to partner with our community to walk through that with you. So please check out our website. And if you know a child or a teen who's had a loss, please send them our way.
Okay, well, listen, Mark Smith, we really appreciate you. Camp Bravehearts Program Director, thank you for all that you do for the community and Camp Bravehearts. Again, that registration deadline has been extended until the very end of May, May 31st. The camp, again, June 21st to 23rd for the Kingdom Retreat Center in Northeast Memphis. Mark, good luck this year. Thanks again for all that you do.
Thank you, Andrew.
Andrew Douglas back here in the Action News 5 digital desk, asking for a raise from your boss. That is an intimidating idea, and certainly people are scared to do it. They don't want to do it. They feel shy about doing it. Well, let's talk more about this because we mentioned it earlier this morning. We are now joined live by the Vice President of Recruiter.com, Angela Copeland. Appreciate you joining us, Angela, and how are you?
Thanks for having me. It's great to be here.
Yeah, we appreciate it very much. And so, you know, the asking for that raise this time of year, it certainly can be intimidating for people. So let's get your best expert approach on how to approach that topic with your boss.
Well, this is such an important topic. I'll be honest, there is not any topic I'm hearing about more than pay right now from job seekers, because as you've seen in the news, you know, pay is really going up now more than it really ever has. You know, before you have the conversation with your boss, I think you've got to kind of have a conversation with yourself. And I'd say start really by evaluating your risk tolerance, because this is a conversation that can be risky. When you go in and you have it, if it doesn't go well, you know, we have to remember that as much as we want to fight for the most amount of money, everyone is replaceable, and it is a risky conversation. So if you've got 4 kids at home, you may want to approach it a little differently than if you don't have, you know, any of those external factors going on. But the best time really when you're ready to have the conversation is to have it during your annual performance evaluation. And that's something that's starting to happen right now with many companies. Companies are going through their review cycle, and it's a good time to sit down and talk about where you are today and kind of where you want to be going forward in your career.
No, that's a great approach, and that's certainly a great time to ask for it. But, you know, even still, the whole conversation, you know, can be kind of weird. As you said, it can be awkward for somebody, especially if you're not prepared. What's the best way to prepare for that kind of conversation?
So the preparation is a very important piece. And the great news is that there's more data online today about salaries than ever before, because many companies are actually posting their salaries with job listings. And also you can look at other sites where there's available information about how much different people are making in certain roles by certain companies. So you can go in with research to have an idea of what you think is really reasonable. And then I would talk about results. You know, what are you bringing to the table? What is the value that you've provided in the last year? And how is your role evolving to some new level? You know, you don't want to go in and say, I'd just like some extra money, because of course everybody would like some extra money, but you've got to show business-wise why it makes sense. And the other thing is I'd really brace yourself, because oftentimes companies are not incentivized to give big raises. Like if you're thinking you want a 20% or a 30% raise, your current company is not incentivized to give that raise to you. The company that will likely give you a big raise is a different company. So you've got to keep in mind that if you're truly set on making more money, you may have to look outside the walls of your current company.
I like that idea. I like that approach, research, results, and the evolution of what you're doing for the company. Great approach there. What about timing-wise? Because a lot of times, you know, if someone says, well, I haven't been there long enough, I don't know if it's the right time to ask for it. Is there a certain amount of time that you should ask for a raise?
You know, you ask a great question, because if I've just hired someone, right, and they come straight to me and they want more money, that sort of feels a little disingenuous. Like they've agreed to a certain rate and now they want more, and they haven't even really been there long enough to do what we've agreed to. But at the same time, I'm really seeing companies that are stepping up and giving employees raises today who've only been around for a few months, simply because there is so much turnover going on right now. So, you know, personally, I'd wait at least a year before you start having those conversations if you're brand new. And I would talk about it not just in terms of money. I know financially that's really what you're trying to get out of it, but you want to talk about it in terms of your career path, in terms of the value that you're bringing the company. Like you want to make it make business sense to them. It can't just be a grab for money. But really the best time is during that performance evaluation, when you're really talking about how you've done in the last year and you're talking about planning for the future.
Makes sense, certainly. And then another one that people might get tripped up on is, how much do you ask for? What's a good way to approach that?
It's a good question. You know, sometimes you can get the company to actually give you a number. If you talk about, you know, directionally how you want to, that you want to grow in the company, sometimes they'll have a number they're thinking of. But alternatively, you know, look online and see what's fair in your industry, at your company, you know, in your particular role, because you may find that, you know, a few $1,000s will get you there. You may find that, you know, it's a huge chunk of money. And I wouldn't say there's a certain percentage, but you want to go out and do your research on what really is the market rate. But keep in mind, again, if you're asking for, let's say, more than 10% at the very most, I think that's a tough ask for any company. You know, even if what you're saying makes sense, even if it's the market value, like, even if all the things make a lot of sense, if you go in and say, I want 50% more money to stay here, I think there is a good chance your boss is going to say, I'm sorry, we just can't do that. So you really want to reflect. And if you are looking for that kind of a big raise, you may just have to look somewhere else. And the good news is this is a great time to be looking. There are so many companies hiring, and they are paying more than they were in the past. So if you want to truly make a difference in your pay, switching companies is often the very best way to go.
I love that. I love that. More options out there for the employee, for sure. So what about after you make this request? Let's say you get the gumption, you do it, you don't make it awkward, and they still say no. What then?
Well, it's a good question, because this is the thing. It gives you information. If they come back and say, no, we can't do it, it gives you the information you need, right? Like either the company cannot afford to pay their employees more, maybe the company is not in a good place, or maybe they don't value you the way that you feel they should, or maybe your manager just doesn't have a backbone. Like it could be any of those things, but you get this information by having the conversation, and then you have to make a decision. Are you comfortable to continue to stay and to continue to work at that same rate, or do you want to look somewhere else and see if somebody else would be willing to pay you more? I think the one other alternative you might consider, especially if you work at a big company, is looking at other departments within that company, because you will find sometimes there might be one department that pays much more than another department. So if you feel like, man, I've just really maxed out in my area and I don't think my boss is going to be willing to go up any higher, perhaps you take that information and you start to even look, you know, in other spots within your same organization.
All great advice, all great cues from you. Anything else that we can touch on regarding this topic, Angela, that we haven't mentioned already?
You know, I think the biggest thing is go and do your research online. We are so fortunate that labor laws around salary are really changing, and they have been for probably 5 years or more. And what it creates is a situation of transparency. So if you aren't sure if you're underpaid, go online and do your research, because it is not hard to find out anymore. And those laws have changed really in an effort to create more equality within sort of the space of pay. And as an employee, you have every right to go out and do your research and decide if the amount of money that you're making works for you or doesn't work for you. So go and do your homework rather than, just wishing that someone would give you more money. And again, also remember that if you don't ask, you may not get any additional money. So asking is really the first step.
Great advice and insight as always. Angela Copeland, Vice President of Recruiter.com. Thanks very much. Appreciate all the info.
Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Andrew Douglas in the Action News 5 Digital Desk. Electric vehicles. Let's talk about them for a minute. They're gaining in popularity, but even though you're going to see more electric vehicles out on the roadways, many consumers still have a lot of questions on whether or not electric vehicles are right for them. Let's bring in James Bell. He's head of corporate communications for Kia America. Good morning, James. How's it going?
Good morning, dude. I'm playing with cars. It's a good day.
Yeah, tell me first off, where are you and what you're sitting in front of there? Looks like an EV.
Yes, you're right. I'm in Southern California. We're getting ready for the big blizzard. We'll see how that goes. But yeah, this is what's called our EV6 GT. This one's a really special one. Has about 576 horsepower to 0 to 60 in a little over 3 seconds. Takes on and beats a lot of Ferraris and Lamborghinis. So we're pretty excited about this car, and people seem to be loving it too. It's been on sale for about a year now, and we can't make them fast enough.
So tell me more about the idea of electric cars, because there's so many people that are very apprehensive to go to EV vehicles, or EVs, I should say, because they're just used to gas powered. There's more flexibility. There's a lot more autonomy, according to some people that have gas powered vehicles. What would be your best argument for EVs?
You know what? It's not even an argument. It's just recognition of this phase that we're in. I like to equate it back to what it must have been like when people went from horse-drawn carriages to gasoline-powered cars. There was a lot of folks that said, well, this gasoline thing will never work. There's not a gas station on every corner. This is, I just feed my horse hay and away it goes. We're in that same kind of premise right now with this transition time. I think, however, we're going to see the transition happen a lot quicker. So if somebody, has an incredibly long commute or needs to drive to grandma's house on a regular basis, then maybe a gasoline-powered car is the best choice today. But in a very short amount of time, the electric vehicles are going to be a better option. And by the way, for most Americans, which drive on the average about 28 to 30 miles a day, imagine if you never had to go to the gas station again. Imagine every time you left your home, you had so we call it a full tank of gas or a full state of charge. It's a very luxurious experience. And I think once people try it, they recognize that this is probably a better option for their families. But again, this is transitional. We're not just going to suddenly get rid of all gasoline stations and gasoline powered vehicles. We're in a transition time. And over time, it will eventually evolve towards electric.
There's a lot of questions, James, about the power grid. I don't know if you could speak to that, but, a lot of people concerned about the power grid being able to handle the demand of electric vehicles. If there is this demand and it increases over time, there's a lot of people that say the power grid just can't handle it.
Well, I think they're being a little short-sighted there. The industry, the government, the entire infrastructure system recognizes that this is the future. It's going to happen, folks. It's going to get that way, but it's not going to just happen tomorrow. There's going to be investment. There's going to be upgrading in facilities. It was newsworthy back in the summertime here in Southern California. We had a series of very warm days, and there was a short period of time when the government, state government said, please back off use of too much electric power. And then that suddenly became, oh, now I can't charge my car. is an isolated incident, very, very rare. And I think it is not recognizing the fact that there is this huge multi-billion-dollar investment going on in the infrastructure to prepare for this day when we all drive electric. Because again, this day is coming. It's not tomorrow. It's not in 5 years, but it's coming.
A lot of people concerned about, one, how long it takes to charge a vehicle, and two, the distance that people will travel with one charge.
Sure.
There have been a number of different independent journalists that have taken, for example, other vehicles, trucks and that sort of thing, to various charging stations. It takes forever, or there's an extraordinary long wait in line for a charger to become available, and then once you get there, it takes forever for that battery to be charged. Tell me about the vehicle that you're sitting in front of.
Yeah, no, it's a great question. So we're really proud at Kia. All of our electric vehicles have what's called 800-volt charging systems available. So built in is the ability to basically take on a level 3 charger, of which the number of those is incredibly increasing all across the country. It can go from a 10% state of charge to over 80% in about 18 minutes. Now, stop and think for a moment. When you go to the gas station, you plug in the nozzle, walk into the station, get a Gatorade, go to the restroom, get a snack, come back, maybe throw away some garbage, clean the windows. It's probably a 10 to 12 to 15 minute project anyway. So I think once we see this level 3 charging, again, which the Kia vehicle is already prepared for, that will really wash away some of that. But again, I know the kind of journalist trips that you're talking about. It does take a little more time and coordination to use a vehicle on, say, in a long distance or a cross-country trip today. And that's why gasoline-powered cars are still here, and they will continue to be here for some time in the future. But we're in this phase. We're going towards that place. And I think, have me back on your show in 3 or 4 years, and I think that concern about having charging stations available and ability to high-speed charge, or what's called level 3, will be in a much more advanced place than it is today. And that's the nature of transitional times.
How long does a charge last? How many miles? And how much does that car retail for?
Well, we have several different versions of this vehicle. This one gets about 250 miles on a charge, but again, this is faster than many Porsches and Ferraris. So this is a special one. But we have another version called the Wind and the EV6 GT line, which average about 280 to 320 miles on a charge. And that's more than enough. As I mentioned earlier, average American drives about 28 miles per day. So as you can see, you wouldn't even need to charge every day to use a vehicle that has in excess of 300 miles of range on a full charge.
All right, James. Well, listen, we appreciate your time. Thanks for talking with us about electric vehicles and the landscape and how it looks to be changing over the course of the next several years. Appreciate it.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Today, people living with HIV can expect to live as long as the general population thanks to the discovery and development of effective treatments. Right now on the digital desk, we are joined by Dr. Harmony Garges, Chief Medical Officer at ViiV Healthcare. Doctor, good morning. How are you?
Good morning. I'm doing well. Thank you for having me.
Appreciate you being here. How has living with HIV changed over the years to today?
Well, it's changed so much in the last 40 years. It's really been quite amazing. When you think about when HIV was first discovered 40 years ago, we didn't have any effective therapies. And unfortunately, many people died of HIV and AIDS while waiting for medicines to be developed. Then we did develop medicines to treat the virus, but the older regimens were complicated. Multiple pills, multiple times a day, difficult to tolerate, and it was really challenging for people to adhere to those regimens. Fast forward to today, and thankfully now we have simplified regimens that are much better tolerated. So we've really made huge advances in HIV treatment to the point that people now should be living long and fulfilling lives with their HIV. The one area, though, that has not changed as much as we would like is in the area of stigma and discrimination. So despite the advances we've made in therapy, unfortunately, many people living with HIV still face stigma and discrimination, and this provides a real barrier to them getting the care that they need.
Let's talk about treatment and how it's progressed, and where do you think it's going next?
Sure. So HIV treatment has changed dramatically. In the early days, people would have to take whole cocktails of pills to treat their virus, sometimes 20 pills in one day. And again, they had really undesirable side effects. So as we optimize therapy, we've now moved to where most people can take one pill once a day. And now we even have long-acting regimens on the market where people can take injectable medications every 2 months to treat their HIV. So we've made huge progress, but our work is not finished, and we're continuing to look for new medicines to deliver to people living with HIV, and especially focused on that long-acting therapy area, trying to develop medicines that will go even longer between dosing intervals.
Dr. Garges, I know that there's this conference, the CROI conference, a medical meeting that really brings together scientists and doctors from around the world to share the latest advances in technology when it comes to HIV. What came out of the latest conference? Can you tell us?
Absolutely. CROI is an incredible conference, one of the premier HIV conferences we have every year. And at ViiV Healthcare, it's such a privilege to be part of that conference that really is focused on advances in both HIV treatment and HIV prevention. I'd like to share with you positive findings from one of our studies that we presented at CROI that really looked at people on a commonly prescribed oral daily pill known as Biktarvy versus going on to our long-acting regimen known as Cabenuva, which is again administered every 2 months. And there were 3 really important takeaways from this study that compared these 2 regimens. First, we demonstrated that the long-acting regimen was just as effective as having to take a daily oral pill with a similar safety profile other than injection site reactions occurring with the long-acting therapy. But interestingly, what we also showed was people who entered the trial on this oral daily medication, nearly half of them reported a psychological burden with having to take that pill every day, that daily reminder of their HIV. And then when they moved to the long-acting injectable, their treatment satisfaction improved, and 90% of them said they preferred the long-acting option. So to me, this just reinforces the need for different options, different therapies, and really having an individual conversation between physician and patient about their choices so that the patient and doctor can make the right choices for that individual.
Interesting stuff here, Doctor. Where can people go to learn more information?
So first, I would encourage anyone living with HIV to please have a conversation with your healthcare provider about these different treatment options so you can understand what's best for you. And to learn more about this long-acting regimen, please visit our website, cabenuvai.com, for more information.
Okay, Dr. Harmony Garges, we appreciate you. Thanks for the update and advances in HIV treatment and technology. Appreciate it.
Thank you for having me.
Andrew Douglas back here in the Action News 5 Digital Desk. September is World Alzheimer's Awareness Month, and a lot of times when you have a parent that has been diagnosed with Alzheimer's, it doesn't just affect them. It affects the entire family. It affects the caregivers. It affects the entire network. And a lot of times there is that feeling of loneliness that comes with it. Well, now there is an online support group that is trying to help that. It's called Parenting Aging Parents. And I'm joined now by the founders, the co-founders of this online support community, Kim and Mike Barnes. They are joining us there from Texas, right? Good morning to you both.
Yes. That's right. We're in Austin, but the issues are worldwide.
Yes, no question about it. Good morning to you. Thanks for being with us. I have an aging parent. I have a father who was diagnosed with Alzheimer's several years ago. So this is right in my wheelhouse. I know exactly what you guys are going through. Tell me about the idea of this online support community and why it was important for you both to discover this and ignite this and really kind of make sure that everyone knows about it.
Well, it came about because of my mom having Alzheimer's and going through all of that, which, as you know, is not a very fun thing to do. But as my mom's Alzheimer's got worse and worse and worse, we talked to my dad, my sister and I did, about having to move her to memory care because things were getting so bad. And my dad said, that's fine. Y'all are in charge. So we went and looked at 4 memory care places pretty close to where they lived. And we felt so overwhelmed. We had no idea what questions to ask, what to look for, what the red flags might be. So we were very, very, very overwhelmed.
And when he came home from that trip, he said, I feel like if we were really prepared with all the legal and financial and all of those documents and information that you feel like is the important stuff that you need to have, which it is important to have, yet he said, if we felt that overwhelmed and felt prepared, I can't imagine how most people feel. And during that time, we were also going through challenges with my mom, who lives in a different city than we are and has been diagnosed with mixed dementia. And just, we've had to take the checkbook away, and we've had to we had to sort of get her not to drive anymore. And so all of those things. And so when Mike said, I feel like we should help people, the easiest thing we thought to do would be, let's start an online community, a free private Facebook group to bring people together, because you can often feel like, surely I'm the only person doing this. And then you realize once you start asking around, everybody is, but just nobody talks about it.
Yeah, I totally get what you're saying. And so here is this online place for support for that family, those caregivers out there. When people go to this site, and go ahead and give us the web address or where people can find this group, what can they find in addition to that support?
Well, the website is parentingagingparents.com. And on the website, we have more than 50 interviews with experts, with lawyers, with doctors, with insurance people about Medicare, Medicaid, all kinds of things, because there's so much information out there that you just have no idea what it is. And when you're the young adult or the older adult caregiver of an aging parent, the adult child of a caregiver, you don't know what to look for, what questions to ask, what's available out there. So that helps that. But we also figured out very quickly that so many people in this type of condition, this state of their life, feel so alone because it's not something that you bring up with people. You don't go to your neighbors or go to a party or go to work and say, yeah, I'm not doing too well with Alzheimer's. How are you doing today? It just doesn't go that way.
So the on the website, you'll find all those interviews, and then also a button that leads right to joining the Facebook group if they're interested. And within that group, you just see people supporting and helping each other, giving insight and sharing experiences. Because if there's one thing that I've learned from my mom getting scammed multiple times, that I can tell somebody else to help them either figure out what to do when that happens or prevent it, that's awesome. I love being able to do that, because as I mentioned, we don't talk about it, and we can't help each other if we don't talk about it. So it really just brings people together to have that safe place to be able to say, I don't know what to do. Here's the situation, or that kind of thing, to really feel supported and feel like you have others that can appreciate and understand what you're going through.
Those scammers out there that call, I want to reach out across the phone, into the phone, and just strangle them. It is so frustrating how they prey on some of these older Americans out there. Tell me, when you are kind of looking and set up this site, parentingagingparents.com, what are some of the biggest questions that you guys get on the site?
Oh gosh, I think it's everything from my mom doesn't want to, or dad doesn't want to quit driving. What should we do? My parent doesn't want to admit that there's a problem, or that they are having memory challenges or other physical challenges, and they don't want to potentially leave home, or even if they want to stay at home, they don't want to bring in care.
Yeah, or many times it's a case of, or mom and dad are getting so old that they really can't handle things themselves anymore, but I don't have a power of attorney. I don't know what to do. Is it too late? They have a little bit of dementia. What's going to happen there? There are so many questions out there. And luckily there's so many people in the group that different people and different providers are also part of the group that are able to give a little bit of advice and help people out.
How many people do you have on that site, and is there any kind of fee, or can people just join for free?
Yeah.
It's a free Facebook group. We have about 30, we're getting up close to 4,000 people from all around the country and even a few from around the world. But because I think that, while state by state, some of the legal things might be a little bit different, Medicaid may operate just a little bit different. But when it comes to especially the emotional support, so many of those challenges are the same, whether it's, I had a really tough relationship with my parent growing up. And now that I'm trying to help take care of it, that brings all of those frustrations and difficulties back. Maybe it's the siblings are having a challenge getting along or deciding what's the best thing for our parents. And so I think that it's how do we bring people together? But yeah, we want to be able to keep that Facebook group free, and so that that anybody who needs it is available to help.
Yeah, because it's a great place to vent, and that's the biggest thing I think that I've seen that kind of surprised me in some ways, because I have Kim to be able to vent to at times if I run into something. But there's so many things that you run into as an adult child of an aging parent, especially one with Alzheimer's. A recent time when I went to visit my mom, the first thing that came out of her mouth was, "I don't recognize you." And the second thing that came out of her mouth was, "Are you my brother?" And then the third thing that came out of her mouth was, "Why are you here?" And that's not fun. I'm her only son. She's the only mom I've ever had. So, when something like that happens, it hurts. It's not fun to deal with, but this gives you a platform, a community to be able to express yourself and say how it feels to you and get the support that you need.
And sometimes makes you, and this isn't the right way to say, but it makes you feel like you're not crazy, that you're not that you don't think the feelings that I'm having, the guilt that I'm feeling, the love I'm feeling. I mean, all of those, the gamut of emotions, that you realize that that's normal and that other people are having those same experiences too.
Thank you so much for setting this up, because I think this is a wonderful resource for so many people that have older parents that are going through this, or perhaps just been diagnosed with Alzheimer's. In fact, if you were reaching out right now and you knew that someone just had their older parent diagnosed with Alzheimer's, is there a top 3 checklist that you would tell somebody, or top 5 checklists that you would tell them right now, here's what you have to do in order to just kind of, you got the diagnosis, here are the 3 to 5 things you need to do right now? What would you tell them?
I'd say, depending on how far along they are, make sure you've got all your legal documentation in place, because once they progress to a point where they're not competent to be able to make decisions, and you don't already have that power of attorney and some of that other legal documents in place, it's too late.
Yeah.
So making sure you have as much of that that you can.
Figure things out about housing. As far as what were their wishes, or what are their wishes? Do they want to stay in their home? Can they afford to go to memory care or assisted living or independent living? What's the situation with housing to make things easier there?
And then I think educating yourself just as what to expect, because Alzheimer's or other dementias are not necessarily, it's not an overnight thing generally. And so there's going to be time to be able to prepare a little bit and know what to expect, and be able to find those people that can support you as you're going along the way. Mike has a friend whose parent is one stage ahead, and so he's been a great resource for Mike to be able to kind of know what to know what's coming next. And, within our group, we have so many people. I think dementia in general, which is, as we've learned, is just one type. Alzheimer's is just one type of dementia, but the most common type is that there's, no matter what the physical or mental or cognitive challenge is, we all need that support.
Yeah.
Well, Kim and Mike Barnes, we appreciate you, and we appreciate everything that you're doing. ParentingAgingParents.com. Thanks so very much for not only creating this site, this online resource for everyone, but also giving some tips and some friendly reminders for everyone out there that's going through that. God bless you both. Thanks.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, back here in the Action News 5 digital desk, let's take a live look from our High 5 camera in Midtown Memphis. You can see downtown Memphis there off in the distance, where you can see the sky is blue, it is clear, and it looks fantastic. But here's the thing, if you stepped outside, not only today, this morning, but also over the weekend, it was muggy. It was hot. It's already 77 degrees at 8:07, and we are expecting temperatures near 90 degrees today. Yes, it's going to be a hot one. We'll be looking forward to some cooler temperatures, which will be on the way. In fact, let's get an update on our forecast right now with meteorologist Spencer Denton.
We're looking at a warm and muggy day across the Mid-South, very similar to what we saw this weekend. We do have a front that's going to continue to push the chance for a shower or thunderstorm through the Mid-South this afternoon and again tomorrow. Let's show you what to expect as far as the timing. Scattered to isolated showers and storms possible this afternoon. Not widespread, but certainly there could be some heavy rain with any of those. This front's actually going to move on through tomorrow, and then as it moves through and dives south, we have a reinforcing shot of less muggy air coming into the picture by Wednesday. So it's looking good as we head toward the middle of the week. In the meantime, you'll have to deal with that hot and muggy weather for today. In fact, dew points will be in the upper 60s to near 70. They'll finally drop the middle of the week, so enjoy this. And then they go back up a little bit for the end of the week, and they might drop again just in time for the end of the weekend. But hot and steamy out there this afternoon. We're talking about highs around 90, southwest winds 5 to 10, a 30% chance of a passing shower or storm. Highs around 90 as well, places like Covington, Somerville, upper 80s up toward Brownsville, probably mid 80s over toward Dyersburg. As you go to the south, around 90 or so from Senatobia to Olive Branch, and then 91 in Tunica, 91 in Clarksdale. Extremely hot in the Mississippi Delta, and we're looking for temperatures at or around 90 for most areas of eastern Arkansas as well. Let's talk about the timing for rain. So it looks pretty dry through midday, but the clouds will build as we go through the afternoon, then a pop-up shower or thunderstorm possible. Some of these, again, could be a pretty good soaker, but they're not going to be that widespread. They'll just be spotty in nature today. So some of you will get wet, some of you won't, but if you do, it's going to be extremely heavy. There could be some intense lightning with some of those as well. Then the main front will come through, and that will kick off a shower or thunderstorm as we go into tomorrow afternoon along that main front. Looking ahead to the end of the week and the weekend, and this is something to focus on because Memphis in May, of course, the activities continue, and this weekend it's going to be the World Championship Barbecue Cooking Contest. We're talking about highs in the low 80s Thursday and Friday. Only upper 70s Saturday and Sunday. That's really good because there have been past years where we're well over 90 with a high heat index. Not this year. There could be a passing downpour Friday or Saturday, but the good news is it doesn't look like a widespread rain event for that event. Now, as far as the rest of the week, again, temperatures will dip down some. As we go toward the weekend, we'll be fine-tuning the forecast for any of these rain chances for Friday or Saturday. So check back, especially if you plan to be out there all day long on any of those days. Temperatures at night will actually dip into the low to mid 60s, so you may be able to crank down that AC a little bit and enjoy the pleasant nights and the warm days across the Mid-South.
Okay, a lot of uncertainty when it comes to Mid-South Pride Week in Memphis, and it's still unknown what it's going to look like. You know, there was a law that was passed in Tennessee banning essentially public displays of drag performances, but that law is currently being played out in federal court. It's expected to go into effect July 1st, but a judge is expected to rule on it sometime next month. Walter Murphy brings us up to speed.
We frankly anticipate a celebration.
Civil rights attorney Bryce Timmons, who represents the Memphis-based nonprofit theater troupe Friends of George's, says he anticipates a win for the case challenging Tennessee's first-in-the-nation law that placed strict limits on drag shows.
Yeah, we're very confident in the outcome of this case. You know, this is about our basic freedom of speech. And one thing that the United States does particularly well is protects our right to free speech.
While the word drag doesn't appear in the new law, it does place all drag entertainers into a group of adult cabaret performers, which includes exotic dancers, something Friends of George's takes offense to.
No, we are not strippers. In fact, far from it.
And in their complaint, Friends of George's states the law threatens to force the theater troupe into a nightclub, something they say will significantly interfere with their ability to raise money for causes the group has been aiding for years. And in March, Tennessee Governor Bill Lee dodged questions about specific examples of inappropriate drag shows taking place in front of children in the state, while also defending a yearbook photo that appears appeared to show him dressed as a woman when he was in high school.
Ridiculous to try and conflate some high school skit to something that is as serious as potentially really harming children.
This law is not designed to protect children. It is designed to target a specific community of people and to harass the LGBTQ community in Tennessee, and frankly, we won't stand for it.
Gotcha. All right, police are searching for the man they say fired shots at a police officer. This was our top story this morning. Memphis police say gunfire erupted at I-240 in Perkins a little after 8 o'clock last night. Officers later discovered a man's car and then attempted a traffic stop. At that point, the man took off. They say they chased him on I-55 at Bridgeport Road into Arkansas, where he stopped in a wooded area, then took off running in there. Memphis police working with Arkansas police officers in this search. No one was hurt. Officers did not return fire. It is something that we are watching at this hour. We'll continue to look for updates throughout the day. Using sunscreen, of course, always one of the best ways to protect yourself and your skin. You should always look for broad spectrum sunscreen products that protect you from both UVA and UVB rays with at least 30 SPF. But that's not all you need. It's the subject of a Best Life report on what you should watch for when it comes to choosing the right sunscreen.
The choices seem endless. So how do you pick your sunscreen?
My girlfriend gave me one.
Anything like above like 50 SPF.
Unless I'm away in an island or something, I don't use it.
Whichever you choose, you need to know not all sunscreens are created equal. Recent studies show some popular sunscreen brands contain toxic chemicals such as oxybenzone, homosalate, and octocrylene. These chemicals can disrupt hormones in the body and lead to reproductive problems and even cancer. These chemicals can be detected on the skin and in the blood weeks after being used. Also, try to avoid the chemical benzene. When researchers tested sunscreen for more than 5 dozen manufacturers, they found that 27% of them contain the carcinogen, even though benzene was not listed as an ingredient. Researchers recommend using mineral-based sunscreens that use zinc oxide or titanium dioxide as the active ingredient. The Environmental Working Group keeps a close watch on sunscreens and puts out the best and worst list each year. You can check out EWG.org to see if your favorite sunscreen is safe.
Remember, no sunscreen is truly waterproof or sweat-proof. That's why you need to reapply every 2 hours or so after getting out of the water. And remember the teaspoon shot glass rule. Use a teaspoon of sunscreen to cover your face and a shot glass full to cover the rest of your body. With ways to live your best life, I'm Andrew Douglas, Action News 5. All right, I want to show you this new drug that treats the symptoms of menopause. Has now been approved by the FDA. The drug treats hot flashes, night sweats by blocking respirators in the brain that play a role in regulating body temperature. It's an alternative to hormone replacement therapy, which some women with a higher risk of stroke, heart attacks, or some types of cancer are told to avoid. Clinical trials, more than 3,000 women. The drug reduced the number of hot flashes they experienced in a week, but it also comes with a warning about the risk of liver disease. Okay, the CDC is updating its indoor ventilation recommendations to prevent the transmission of COVID. The agency now recommends 5 air changes per hour for rooms and buildings. In addition to COVID transmission, improved air quality can help with airborne hazards like wildfire smoke and allergens, as well as the spread of other illnesses like flu or strep. All right, the U.S. government is demanding what could be one of the biggest safety recalls ever. This one associated with airbags in cars. The company involved is resisting taking action. Emily Akita has the details and what you need to know if you are affected.
U.S. auto safety regulators are pumping the brakes on potentially dangerous airbag inflators. In a new letter, the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, or NHTSA, demanded manufacturer ARC Automotive to recall 67 million inflators they say pose an unreasonable risk of death or injury and could rupture and project metal fragments.
The airbag has to deploy very, very quickly, really the blink of an eye. If there's extra metal in there, then that metal, as opposed to cloth, comes out and that metal has been able to puncture people in the neck and face.
NHTSA acknowledges while incidents are rare, the incidents that have occurred have been severe, including a driver's death in Michigan in 2021. But a potential legal battle is brewing, with ARC refusing to recall such a sweeping number of its inflators manufactured before 2018.
67 million inflators. Put that number into perspective for me.
There are 284 million vehicles in the United States. So it is a huge impact in terms of the vehicle population in the United States. If this is a recall of 67 million airbag inflators, it would be one of the largest ever in the United States.
ARC argues just 7 incidents in the U.S. over a decade and a half do not support a finding that a systemic and prevalent defect exists across this population. The airbag inflators are used by at least a dozen automakers, including General Motors, which just announced it's voluntarily recalling nearly 1 million vehicles equipped with ARC inflators, including certain Chevrolet Traverse, GMC Acadia, and Buick Enclave models. A step, they say, is out of an abundance of caution. As for federal regulators and ARC, industry experts say if a standoff drives on, NHTSA could take the Tennessee-based company to court and try and force a recall.
Andrew Douglas in the Action News 5 digital desk. Drowning is the leading cause of death for children in the U.S. The American Red Cross is strongly committed to saving a life-saving role in bringing confidence in water safety skills to millions of people each and every year. In fact, let me throw this out to you. In the U.S., children ages 1 and 4 are more at risk of dying from drowning than any other cause of death. And for children ages 5 to 14, drowning is the second leading cause of unintentional injury or death after motor vehicle crashes. Let's bring in Nayeli Trejos. She's Director of Aquatics and Public Safety at the American Red Cross. Nayeli, let's talk a little bit right now about water safety and why it's so critical for families. Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you for having me. Water safety is incredibly critical, and the importance of having water safety, first of all, is safety, right? We want to make sure we have those layers of drowning prevention, and safety is number one, right? And that's really educating our kids in that water safety. And not only that, but modeling those behaviors ourselves.
Let me ask you this, because I remember when my kids were younger, we knew about these statistics on how, the drowning leading cause of death for kids ages 1 to 4. And so we got them in swim lessons really early, but they didn't learn how to swim until much later, maybe 5, 6, 7 years old. Is there a benefit to having them in swim lessons so early, even if they don't truly know how to swim on their own?
Absolutely, and our Scientific Advisory Council recommends 6 months old is when you really when you can start swim lessons, and that really helps the child acclimate themselves to the water, right? To know what's happening, be aware of it's running at that age. And you're absolutely right. There are kids that don't really know stroke proficiency until they must order, but the main thing here is that they're water safe. They know when it's okay to enter the water. Is there a lifeguard on duty? Do I have parents' permission? Should I be swimming alone? And the answer is no, right? So it's all about educating those kids at a younger age so they have those resources.
Okay, so here we are. We're entering summer soon enough. There's going to be all kinds of swimming pools, both public and private, open for so many families across Memphis, the Mid-South, and across the country. What would you tell families of small children to be safe this summer?
First and foremost, model those behaviors like I mentioned. Make sure you tell your kids never to swim alone. Get them into water safety. Swim lessons are water safety classes. Educate them. Provide active, that's a key word, active and constant supervision. Not the fact that you're there on your cell phone. That is not active supervision, right? So really educate them. Having them use a U.S. Coast Guard approved life jacket. Those are all layers of protection against drowning.
Okay, tell me about a partnership between the American Red Cross and something called Sweet Frog. What is that?
I am incredibly excited to talk about our partnership with Sweet Frog. Sweet Frog and its customers are very much vetted in this water safety mission of the American Red Cross by offering a coloring sheet for May. As you may know, May is National Water Safety Month, and actually Monday, May 15 is National Water Safety Day. So they're providing water safety classes at their branches. And not only that, but they're hosting a fundraiser for the American Red Cross on their website from May 1st through August 15. And your viewers can learn more by going to sweetfrog.com/water safety.
If you were to give a bullet point, maybe 3 bullet points for parents out there of small children to reinforce water safety, what would they be?
So number 1, active and constant supervision, having that, be a water watcher. Sweet Frog also has information on their website about that. The second thing is never swimming alone. And the other thing is just because you're on a boat doesn't mean you're safe. Really wearing that life jacket, not just having it somewhere because it's regulation, really putting that on and make sure it's U.S. Coast Guard approved.
All right, and I know we talked about a number of different tips, suggestions, ways to stay safe this summer. Is there any place online people can go for more information?
Absolutely. If you want to learn more about our partnership and Water Safety Days, you can go to sweetfrog.com/water safety. If you want to learn about our courses that you can take as a parent, whether it's Spanish or in English online only, you can visit redcross.org.
Nayeli Trejos, Director of Aquatics Public Safety at the American Red Cross. Appreciate the conversation this morning, and let's hope everybody has a safe and happy summer. Thank you. Okay, we know May is Mental Health Month. It's always a good time to talk about postpartum depression because we know that 1 in 10 women will experience postpartum depression after giving birth, and this can last anywhere from 3 to 6 months. And it's estimated that 50% of mothers with postpartum depression are not diagnosed by a health professional. It's a very serious situation. And I want to bring in right now someone to talk about it, do a deep dive here. Dr. Patrick Cleeton with St. Francis Medical Partners, OBGYN. Doctor, good morning to you. Let's talk about first off, the postpartum depression. How common is it when it comes to you and your practice here in Memphis in the Mid-South?
Well, you said it, about 10% of patients experience it, and not everyone comes forward to mention their symptoms. There can be a stigma around it, and that's one of the things that we're working to get around is being comfortable talking about it so that you can get help, because it's a very treatable condition.
Yes, sir. And so let's talk now about the signs and symptoms of PPD.
So the main thing is depressed mood beyond what's normal. Also feeling tired, which is pretty common during the postpartum period. But when it gets to that point that you're not able to do the things that you need to do, such as taking care of yourself, taking care of your baby, when those things start to feel like a struggle, that's when it gets to the abnormal. When you start losing interest in normal activities that you used to take interest in, like going for walks, when you start noticing disturbances in sleep, such as insomnia, sleeping all the time, just not feeling interested in things. And those are the signs. And when you start to not feel like yourself for an extended period of time, beyond what you would expect for just taking care of a newborn, then that's when it starts to become something that we need to address.
So when a woman comes into your office and you see these signs and perhaps symptoms of postpartum depression, what's the treatment that you recommend?
So there's really kind of 3 main things that we discuss, which is the first one is counseling. Just talking through some of these issues, working through some of these issues is usually the opening treatment, and not everybody wants that. So the next line would be using antidepressant medication. That medication is considered safe even if patients are breastfeeding, so it's a good option. And then the third option would be using both of those together, and that seems to get some good results for folks to talk about things and use medication to help level out their moods and address their symptoms.
So if there are perhaps people that are going to be expectant mothers or someone that's trying to have a baby, is there maybe some guidelines that you just kind of counsel someone that is trying to get pregnant? I mean, is that too early?
Well, one of the biggest risk factors is somebody who has a history of depression prior to pregnancy. They're potentially predisposed to becoming having depression episodes in the postpartum. So that would be one thing that I would counsel them. If this is something you've dealt with in the past, depression, anxiety, you're concerned that your support network is not adequate, those would be things that I would want to address and make sure that we've gotten the support network, we've gotten a counselor on board prior to actually getting to that point where it's 4 weeks into the postpartum period and we're starting to unravel. If we can address these and get those things set up beforehand, obviously we're going to do better in the postpartum period.
Doctor, we have thousands of people that join us each and every morning on the Action News 5 digital desk. Is there anything else that you want to mention when it comes to postpartum depression, expectant mothers, mothers who have given birth, and May being, Mental Health Awareness Month?
Again, it's going back to what I said initially about the stigma. This is a very common thing. It's very treatable. And it's something that it does rely on the patient to bring these issues up, as we do ask about it during, of course, all our postpartum visits. But if you say, no, everything's fine and just kind of gloss over it, then it's hard to know. It doesn't always have the outward signs like some of the physical things. But if we're able to have that conversation, then we can address these issues and we can get you back to hopefully being more of yourself and living your normal life sooner rather than later.
Okay, Dr. Patrick Clayton, OBGYN with St. Francis Medical Partners. Appreciate the conversation, sir. Thanks very much.
Thank you.
We're looking at a warm and muggy day across the Mid-South, very similar to what we saw this weekend. We do have a front that's going to continue to push the chance for a shower or thunderstorm through the Mid-South this afternoon and again tomorrow. Let's show you what to expect as far as the timing. Scattered to isolated showers and storms possible this afternoon. Not widespread, but certainly there could be some heavy rain with any of those. This front's actually going to move on through tomorrow, and then as it moves through and dives south, we have a reinforcing shot of less muggy air coming into the picture by Wednesday. So it's looking good as we head toward the middle of the week. In the meantime, you'll have to deal with that hot and muggy weather for today. In fact, dew points will be in the upper 60s to near 70. They'll finally drop the middle of the week, so enjoy this. And then they go back up a little bit for the end of the week, and they might drop again just in time for the end of the weekend. But hot and steamy out there this afternoon. We're talking about highs around 90, southwest winds 5 to 10, a 30% chance of a passing shower or storm. Highs around 90 as well, places like Covington, Somerville, upper 80s up toward Brownsville, probably mid 80s over toward Dyersburg. As you go to the south, around 90 or so from Senatobia to Olive Branch, and then 91 in Tunica, 91 in Clarksdale. Extremely hot in the Mississippi Delta, and we're looking for temperatures at or around 90 for most areas of eastern Arkansas as well. Let's talk about the timing for rain. So it looks pretty dry through midday, but the clouds will build as we go through the afternoon, then a pop-up shower or thunderstorm possible. Some of these, again, could be a pretty good soaker, but they're not going to be that widespread. They'll just be spotty in nature today. So some of you will get wet, some of you won't, but if you do, it's going to be extremely heavy. There could be some intense lightning with some of those as well. Then the main front will come through, and that will kick off a shower or thunderstorm as we go into tomorrow afternoon along that main front. Looking ahead to the end of the week and the weekend, and this is something to focus on because Memphis in May, of course, the activities continue, and this weekend it's going to be the World Championship Barbecue Cooking Contest. We're talking about highs in the low 80s Thursday and Friday. Only upper 70s Saturday and Sunday. That's really good because there have been past years where we're well over 90 with a high heat index. Not this year. There could be a passing downpour Friday or Saturday, but the good news is it doesn't look like a widespread rain event for that event. Now, as far as the rest of the week, again, temperatures will dip down some. As we go toward the weekend, we'll be fine-tuning the forecast for any of these rain chances for Friday or Saturday. So check back, especially if you plan to be out there all day long on any of those days. Temperatures at night will actually dip into the low to mid 60s, so you may be able to crank down that AC a little bit and enjoy the pleasant nights and the warm days across the Mid-South.
There is a new study out there that really kind of shows the benefits of walking. No surprise, 10,000 steps a day. So many people have those trackers. They try to get those 10,000 steps a day. It can reduce the risk of cancer, according to this new study, heart disease, and early death. And to add to that, lowering the risk of dementia by 50%. And if you can't make 10,000 steps, walking just less than half of that lowers the risk of dementia by 25%. Amazing stuff from this new study out there. Let's bring in Dr. Alicia Jones to explain more of the benefits of walking. Dr. Jones, great to see you again. Let's talk about this, because we have this new study out here, and we always hear, okay, you got to get 10,000 steps a day and all this stuff. But you don't even need to get 10,000 steps in order to really kind of benefit from walking, right?
Right, that's true. And that's exactly what, this study just was able to prove. Even like, as you said, getting even less than half of that can be proved to be quite beneficial for people.
So let's talk about some of the common benefits.
Mm-hmm. So some of them you touched on, but overall, walking is going to be good just for general health, but it can help lower blood pressure, lower blood sugar, lower cholesterol. It can certainly help with an energy boost, or even help people sleep better at night.
My wife and I, we've seen something where if you walk after dinner, you just walk for a little bit after dinner, maybe 30 minutes or so, it dramatically reduces blood sugar levels and does a number on all kinds of health benefits.
Absolutely.
What do you recommend that to your patients, that you just kind of walk 30 minutes a day at least?
I do. And, I even say, especially for those that have not been physically active for a very long time, you can start out with half of that, or start out with 20 minutes. And it doesn't have to be, at this race-like pace. You want to do something that, yes, is going to be able to get the blood flowing, get your heart pumping, but you want to be able to sustain that, at a safe pace. For an extended period of time. And you're going to just have to work your way up to being able to go for 30 minutes or go for an hour or an hour and a half, depending on what the goal is.
Something I found interesting, Dr. Jones, about this study was talking about how walking influences the risk of dementia. Can you comment a little bit about that? Because dementia is something that a lot of older people unfortunately come down with, and a lot of times it'll turn into Alzheimer's, and it's just a mess.
Right. So, dementia is an illness that can affect, right now it affects over 55 million people worldwide, but, dementia is this umbrella term, right? Kind of similar to heart disease. Alzheimer's disease is what falls underneath that umbrella. It's the leading cause of dementia. And what this study, found was just that, with walking, you can certainly reduce your risk of developing dementia. And it doesn't have to be long amounts of walking. It doesn't have to be, this strenuous amount of walking, but it's something that, is easily obtainable, something that's easily obtainable for people to do. And they found that it was able to, reduce their risk by 50% if they were able to keep it up for, I believe it said, about 7 years.
That's incredible. And, that's one of my worries. I mean, my dad has been diagnosed with Alzheimer's, and so we're, my family's taking care of him. And so, I've been reading a ton about, that disease, and anything that can help brain and cognitive functions, I'm all for. And it just sounds like, if you take care of yourself and you just keep moving, no matter what it is, even if it's just walking, is so beneficial. And it looks like it's even more beneficial. Well, I guess women are more common to come down with dementia, so it would help them more, right?
Right. Yes. No, dementia is something that affects women more so than it does men. But yes, I mean, you hit the nail on the head. I mean, just get up and start moving. That's going to be the number one thing that you can do. But, in addition to moving, you also have to remember, okay, there's a lifestyle in terms of, dietary and social habits that go along with that. So you want to make sure that you're eating the right foods, you're getting enough sleep. In terms of alcohol consumption, there's moderate to minimal alcohol consumption, and of course, no smoking. All of those things coupled together with walking, will significantly reduce the risk of developing dementia.
What are some of the other ways that we can keep our brains sharp? Because, again, a lot of people, worried about, those kind of cognitive functions.
Mm-hmm. I often encourage a lot of my patients to get into stimulating brain games. Some of them like to do Sudokus. And it was one of the puzzles that my grandmother loved to do was those type of puzzles, but crossword puzzles, any type of brain stimulation that's going to cause you that requires problem solving or puzzle solving. Any of those things are going to be good to do. But just, social interaction is also good for your mental health as well. So getting involved with different organizations or community groups or just volunteering, that can be quite helpful.
So when I'm on my phone, sometimes, we kind of get bored. We'll play a game or whatever, and I'll get these advertisements for these games. Oh, improve your brain activity. Be a genius if you download this game right now. And I'm like, is this for real? I mean, are there certain games that we can play on our phone that actually will help our cognitive function, or is this just, a scam?
No, I mean, some of it, of course, yes, I'm sure you'd have to take with a grain of salt. But, if you get, into the App Store, for example, and you are searching for puzzle games or brain stimulating games, I mean, you can certainly look at the reviews of what was, written about that particular app or that particular game. And that may help kind of better guide your decision making in terms of which one you decide to add onto your phone.
Yeah, because it's like, hey, be the next Einstein, download this game. And I'm like, no, I'm not going to. Okay, so is there anything else you'd like to mention with regards to this new study, walking benefits and cognitive function, dementia, that sort of thing?
I just want to, again, reiterate that, you don't have to start at, okay, today I'm going to get out, I'm going to walk 10,000 steps. I mean, yes, that's the ultimate goal essentially, but, just start off where you can and work your way up. And there's nothing wrong with taking your time to work your way up. I also encourage my patients, if you don't feel that it's, a safe place to walk because it's a busy area where you're living, then you can always go into the mall and walk around in the mall for an extended period of time, and that's still getting steps in. That still counts. You just want to make sure that hopefully, if you're able to, you can track your steps so you know how many that you're taking in a day, but that you're most importantly getting your heart rate up and you're feeling like you're working towards that goal.
Walking inside a mall sounds really good on a day where there's triple-digit heat today.
That's also true.
Yeah, that sounds great. Dr. Alicia Jones, always enjoy our conversations. Thanks for keeping it real with us and explaining everything. Have a great day.
Thank you, you too.
All right, did you hear about the Ja Morant news over the weekend? It wasn't good. He was reportedly caught on Instagram Live yet again, flashing a gun. This is the second time in less than 2 months, and the Memphis Grizzlies organization has suspended him from all activities right now. And there could be a suspension coming from the NBA as well. Walter Murphy has reaction from Grizz Nation.
He's potentially the face of the league. It's just irresponsible.
It's just disappointing to hear, 2 times in as many months.
Once again, Ja Morant's in the hot seat for his behavior off the court. On Sunday morning, social media was ablaze after an Instagram Live appeared to show the Grizzlies hotshot brandishing a gun, this time while sitting in a car with his best friend Devontae Pack, who briefly had Morant on camera with the gun before quickly turning the camera away and stopping the live feed.
I mean, carrying a gun is, within the right of what you have as a citizen, but within the conduct of what the NBA is and your Nike contract and the position that you're in is just a tough situation where you just have to make better decisions.
The Grizzlies taking immediate action, suspending the superstar from all team-related activities pending league review. The NBA announced they've launched their own investigation, and that multi-million-dollar deal with Nike, well, that could be on pause.
That's a big endorsement to get. I mean, he's one of the brightest stars in the league, and so, I don't know, I just feel like it's a bit reckless to be moving like that.
But he does need a reality check as well, so maybe the 8-game suspension wasn't enough, So whatever it takes to get the point across and get him back on track is what I'm hoping for.
Memphis City Council will consider 2 referendums this week that would allow voters to decide on gun laws. The first would ask voters if carrying a handgun without a permit should be allowed in the city of Memphis. The second would ask if the sale of assault rifles should be banned in the city. If approved by the council, the referendums would go on the ballot in August. If voters approve, the referendums would take effect in 2025. Family of missing Ole Miss student Jimmy J. Lee was presented with his diploma from the Department of Social Work and the School of Applied Sciences at Ole Miss. He was pursuing his bachelor's degree before he disappeared last July. Oxford police have never found his body. They have charged Timothy Harrington Jr. with the murder in this case. Harrington has since posted bond and is awaiting trial. All right, President Biden faces a crucial week. Title 42 has ended. The border is, what many say, out of control, and time is running out on the debt ceiling. Chris Malone has an update.
During a break in his Sunday afternoon bike ride, President Biden said he's confident Democrats and Republicans will be able to resolve a debt limit crisis before the nation plunges into default.
I really think there's a desire on their part as well as ours to reach agreement. I think we'll be able to do it.
The Treasury says the nation could run out of money to pay past expenses as early as June 1st. Republicans want budget cuts as a condition to raise the limit.
We were reasonable, say we're willing to raise the debt ceiling, but we want meaningful spending cuts and capping spending at 2022 levels.
But some Democrats accuse GOP hardliners of holding the U.S. economy hostage to get their way.
The president has been clear that he is prepared to begin a separate discussion about budget and spending priorities, but not under the threat of default.
Defaulting on the debt would be catastrophic. It would send a chain of reaction of events across the country that would really freeze everything up. It would be terrible.
While the debt limit deadline is on the horizon, the White House continues to deal with the fallout from last week's shift in immigration policy. Thousands of migrants flooded border towns ahead of the end of a key pandemic-era rule. Now lawmakers will see if there's any appetite on Capitol Hill to enact real immigration reform in its wake.
When it comes to negotiations with the Democrats on this policy, I say to them very clearly, let's secure the border first. Let's get it done.
Since Rule 42 ended, the number of migrants caught crossing the border dropped more than 50% from earlier in the week. Chris Pallone, NBC News, Washington.
So we are FDX 5434, KMEN to RKSI. It's still showing descent. It's not taking it. Trying to see if I can find anything about it.
I'm just so honored that I had the opportunity and that FedEx was able to give us this opportunity to fly together so she could see all the years of support and what she's done to help me kind of cultivate to a flight together. And for us to be able to have that experience is just incredible.
It's helped me in terms of breathing
in the short term, and I'm hoping in the long run it will even improve my breathing and activities much more.
All right, the FDA-approved treatment is designed to improve the quality of life for heart failure patients like Mr. McCraney while no longer responding to medication. The implant, about the size of a key fob, and unlike a pacemaker that needs battery replacement, it charges via Bluetooth. There is a new study out there that really kind of shows.
Amanda Hansen back here at the Action News 5 digital desk. And this morning we want to talk about shingles. A lot of times I think people believe that this happens in older people, but if you didn't know, it can happen in younger people too. And so joining us now to talk more about this is Dr. Sarah Lynn Walters with Regional One Health. Good morning, doctor. How you doing?
Good morning. I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing well. I'm glad to be talking with you because I think this is such an interesting topic. And one reason why, my sister, she's in her early 30s, recently had the shingles, and she was like, I had no idea at this age that I could get that sort of thing. So I felt like this is such a great topic to talk about a little bit more. So I guess first off, let's just talk about what shingles is.
Okay, so shingles is actually what we refer to as herpes zoster. And so this is an infection that you can get from having a prior infection with chickenpox. It comes from the same virus. And so when you had chickenpox, that virus remained in your body, but it remained dormant or inactive. And for various reasons later in life, then you reactivate that virus and it causes shingles, which is a rash similar to chickenpox, but it's in one area of your body on one side that causes the same blistering, rash, and burning that you may have when you had chickenpox in the past.
Are there things that can trigger shingles in individuals, such as stress, something like that?
It's a theory that stress may induce shingles. One of the things that we do know is that shingles reactivate when your body's immune system is at its lowest. And that's why we tend to hear, you don't get shingles until you're older, because when you're a young child or when you're an older adult or past the age of 65, your immune system starts to weaken. And so now that we're seeing it in people that are under the age of 50, there is some concerns about, multifactorially, whether we have younger people that are sicker, and so they have some reduced immune system, or other stressors that cause your immune system to be lower at that time, including COVID that we just went through the pandemic.
That's a good point with COVID. Who's most at risk, though? We've kind of touched on, a lot of times people see this in older people. Are those the ones that are most at risk?
So those and anyone who has a weakened immune system. So about 1 in 3 of us will get shingles in our lifetime. And the ones who tend to be the most at risk are people who are over 50. And that's why the vaccines are recommended for that age group. And then anyone that has any type of immunity or weakened immunity. So from various diseases, like say HIV, if that was uncontrolled, children that have, immune disorders, or even adults with cancers and things like that that may have weakened immunity.
It makes sense. Thank goodness there's the chickenpox shot that's now available. They didn't have that when I was a kid, and I remember my mom would take me around kids that had the chickenpox so I would get it at a young age. So I guess let's talk about some of the signs, symptoms that people need to look out for, and maybe would alert them that maybe this is what they have.
So the first thing that people tend to feel is like a burning, almost like an internal itch in an area of their body. It can be the trunk of your body. It can be on an arm, a leg, or a face. And so that's the first thing you started feeling without seeing the rash. About 5 to 7 days into that is when you start seeing kind of the fluid-filled rash that we come so comfortable with for chickenpox. And, of course, chickenpox is not as common. So there may be some people who've never actually seen the blistering rash, but it then blisters up in that same area, one side of your body, and over time, then that crusts over like you would have with a typical chickenpox. Some people may end up having fevers associated with it or abdominal pain, but the primary problem is the rash on one side of your body.
My sister, she immediately was feeling, she felt like it was that nerve pain. I mean, she said it was horrible. She ended up, I mean, she's not one that would just go into the emergency room. She ended up in the emergency room wanting to know what was going on. And then, of course, a few days later, that's when that rash appeared and it became evident that that's what it was. But at first it was kind of like, what is this? So, and she's a nurse, which is interesting enough. But I know we touched on this some, but younger people, why is it, you think, that more younger people are getting shingles like this? I know we mentioned the stress. Is that kind of, and just the weakened immune system, is that kind of really what it's all about?
There's a couple different theories, and actually if you look at the data, it shows that, you know, as time has been going on, younger people are having higher rates of shingles than people over 50. They're starting to plateau a little bit. One of the major thought process is that if you were born before 1980, just like you talked about with your mom, everyone kind of got shingles naturally, or chickenpox, excuse me, naturally. And so that chickenpox immunity they're feeling may be a little stronger than the vaccines we're now getting. And so you have kind of younger persons who, you know, don't remember getting chickenpox or may not have the vaccine early enough. And then that causes a weaker immunity than if you had chickenpox when you were for the older population. And so because of that, they feel that, you know, it doesn't protect you as well. And so that reactivation is quicker. There's also some theories about the chickenpox vaccine that you used to get in the past was a live vaccine. And so that may have induced kind of that reactivation.
This is just so interesting to me, just because my sister was personally affected by this. Let's talk a little bit more about shingles itself. How long does it last? How contagious is it to pass along to other people?
Okay, so like we discussed, you know, that burning, nerve pain, itching that you may feel, that usually is about the first 5 days. And around that time, you are not contagious. You aren't contagious until you have those blistering rashes that are starting to open. And so that's usually in that first 7 to 10 days is when you start seeing that blistering rash. Over time, that crusts over. So once it's crusted, again, you're no longer contagious. And overall, the whole exposure can last for about 2 to 4 weeks in terms of getting the burn-in, getting the rash, having the rash kind of clear up and everything resolve. It can take about 2 to 4 weeks. Unlike chickenpox, it is only contagious when you touch the fluid from the blister and rash. So for most people, they can just cover up that rash and make sure that they wash their hands pretty well and not interact with it. And in that situation, you won't be contagious to others.
So does it help to get shingles early?
It does not, because there is an opportunity that you can get it a second time. Most people only get it once in their lifetime, but conceivably you get it earlier, then you have that chance of, you know, as you get older and your immunity weakens again, to be able to get it a second time.
I was going to ask you, is it something that you can get again? And so you answered that question for me, which, oh, I hope I don't end up with it at some point. But after experiencing what happened with my sister, I'm just like, wow. What about treatment? Does treatment depend? Does it vary from person to person on what works to help with either the nerve pain, the rash? How is it treated?
So when you do know or have, just like your sister, have a inkling that, you know, there's a rash or something is going on, you want to get treated with antiviral medication. So you have acyclovir or valacyclovir. Those are antivirals that you want to give within the first 48 or 72 hours. And that reduces not only the duration of the rash and the symptoms, but it reduces your chance of having what we call post-herpetic neuralgia, which is a complication that you can get after shingles, where that burning and that pain in that area actually never goes away.
I've heard about that. I've actually done stories with people that have, it's just debilitating and awful. What about the vaccine? We've talked about the vaccine some. Who should get it? When should they get it? Tell us more.
So for the shingles vaccine, it's recommended for patients or persons over the age of 50, and it's a 2-shot vaccine. Now, if you have a weakened immune system, or say someone that has, cancer, and we know that's going on, then your provider, your physician can order for you to get the vaccine earlier than the age of 50. It's available, however, it's an expensive vaccine. So if you want to go based on recommendations, then those would be the persons that are more likely to have that shingles is age 50 and above.
With more younger people seeing shingles, do you think eventually that might be altered a little bit on the age?
It could be, because initially it was actually 65 and above, and so they reduced it to 50. And like we talked about, the data is showing that patients or persons over 65 and 70, the number of persons getting shingles have kind of plateaued, so it's not getting any higher. But the numbers that are going up are mostly in the people in the 40 to 50 range, and of course the younger ones are starting to go up. So I think if that trend continues, you might see the recommendation continue to drop.
Well, Dr. Walters, this interview has been so interesting to me. Is there anything else that you want to mention before we let you go?
In addition to getting the shingles vaccine, which is for over 50, get your chickenpox vaccine. So that is one of the things that will help kind of reduce the chances of you having that reactivation. So they kind of go hand in hand, since they're the same virus. It's just at different presentations.
Well, good deal. Well, Dr. Walters, I really appreciate your time, and thanks so much.
Thank you.
We're looking at a warm and muggy day across the Mid-South, very similar to what we saw this weekend. We do have a front that's going to continue to push the chance for a shower or thunderstorm through the Mid-South this afternoon and again tomorrow. Let's show you what to expect as far as the timing. Scattered to isolated showers and storms possible this afternoon. Not widespread, but certainly there could be some heavy rain with any of those. This front's actually going to move on through tomorrow, and then as it moves through and dives south, we have a reinforcing shot of less muggy air coming into the picture by Wednesday. So it's looking good as we head toward the middle of the week. In the meantime, you'll have to deal with that hot and muggy weather for today. In fact, dew points will be in the upper 60s to near 70. They'll finally drop the middle of the week, so enjoy this. And then they go back up a little bit for the end of the week, and they might drop again just in time for the end of the weekend. But hot and steamy out there this afternoon. We're talking about highs around 90, southwest winds 5 to 10, a 30% chance of a passing shower or storm. Highs around 90 as well, places like Covington, Somerville, upper 80s up toward Brownsville, probably mid 80s over toward Dyersburg. As you go to the south, around 90 or so from Senatobia to Olive Branch, and then 91 in Tunica, 91 in Clarksdale. Extremely hot in the Mississippi Delta, and we're looking for temperatures at or around 90 for most areas of eastern Arkansas as well. Let's talk about the timing for rain. So it looks pretty dry through midday, but the clouds will build as we go through the afternoon, then a pop-up shower or thunderstorm possible. Some of these, again, could be a pretty good soaker, but they're not going to be that widespread. They'll just be spotty in nature today. So some of you will get wet, some of you won't, but if you do, it's going to be extremely heavy. There could be some intense lightning with some of those as well. Then the main front will come through, and that will kick off a shower or thunderstorm as we go into tomorrow afternoon along that main front. Looking ahead to the end of the week and the weekend, and this is something to focus on because Memphis in May, of course, the activities continue, and this weekend it's going to be the World Championship Barbecue Cooking Contest. We're talking about highs in the low 80s Thursday and Friday. Only upper 70s Saturday and Sunday. That's really good because there have been past years where we're well over 90 with a high heat index. Not this year. There could be a passing downpour Friday or Saturday, but the good news is it doesn't look like a widespread rain event for that event. Now, as far as the rest of the week, again, temperatures will dip down some. As we go toward the weekend, we'll be fine-tuning the forecast for any of these rain chances for Friday or Saturday. So check back, especially if you plan to be out there all day long on any of those days. Temperatures at night will actually dip into the low to mid 60s, so you may be able to crank down that AC a little bit and enjoy the pleasant nights and the warm days across the Mid-South.
Check out that cover. Memphis Magazine this month, May edition. Beautiful. Look at that. That reminds me of late spring, some summer, local adventures. And someone that's been taking some local adventures and posting it on social media, Anna Traverse Vogel, joining us on the Action News 5 digital desk. I love the cover, and I love talking about all kinds of different adventures across Memphis and the Mid-South.
Yeah, so we've got a cover story focus on what we're calling local adventures. We've sometimes called this staycation, but you know, I feel like local adventures really sums it up more in terms of being able to get out of your house, getting into the world, and really exploring and trying on some new activities. So as you can see on the cover, one of the things that we went out and did so that we could report back to our readers is we went canoeing on the Mississippi River. So there's a local guide named Matthew Burdine who has been taking folks out in these really impressive canoes, which sounded a little bit unwise to me at first, but I have to say, once I got out there, I absolutely had a blast. I actually ended up going out twice because it was just so much fun and such a unique way to see our city. So what you see on the cover is actually a group of people in a canoe, and that is the Mississippi River, not some placid lake. So it's really quite an experience, but highly, highly recommend.
So I'm looking at that picture, Anna. That seems like a lot of people in a canoe. You're not in there, is there?
No, so that's actually a different group, and that's a photo that Matthew allowed us to use. But our canoes that we went out on with him were just as long, and he has these really impressive canoes that have really large hulls, and like they're just very, very sturdy. I think maybe seaworthy type of canoes. I'm not an expert, but you know, you feel a lot more secure in this canoe. And of course, so much of it is that Matthew is an experienced guide. He used to take people out on the Colorado River and, you know, just really knows what he's doing. So even though a small part of me, having grown up in Memphis and having this like healthy respect, shall we say, for the river, I thought I was going to be petrified. As soon as we actually got out there, I was like, this is amazing. Like, I had such a good time. It was almost like giddy making.
Well, you sold it well in your social media post talking about it. I'm totally sold on it. And being an Eagle Scout myself and gone canoeing plenty of times, not only just with me, but also with my son, who's also an Eagle Scout. I love the outdoors, and I love all kinds of different things, including canoeing. So I'm really interested to read it and
I grew
check
up
it out.
canoeing on, you know, smaller rivers and lakes. So, you know, the motion of the paddle feels very familiar, but it just would never have occurred to me to go canoeing on our river here. So it really did sort of reintroduce me to my own hometown. And, you know, what Matthew talks about is like some places have a vertically grand world, like mountains or the Grand Canyon or what have you, but our part of the country, the Delta, has a horizontally grand aspect to it. And so I thought that was a really unique way of seeing where we've been living all this time.
Yeah, I that would be ambitious to canoe the Mississippi River. I'm with you, though. I would definitely.
He's actually done the whole
that
thing.
is intense.
So a few years ago, apparently he like canoed all of it. I don't know that I'm up for that just yet.
Yeah, no doubt, no doubt. All right, so Anna, tell us more about the magazine, because we got the adventure pages here. What else?
Yeah, absolutely. So also in our local adventure section, we didn't just go canoeing. We also sent our writers out to do all sorts of fun stuff. So Frank went out and did some rock climbing at Memphis Rocks in Soulsville. We went out to some listening rooms, over to the Botanic Gardens, a baseball game at AutoZone Park, just all sorts of different things that you can do to get active in Memphis this spring and summer. And then we also have a story in this issue about pet rescue. So, we talk to people who are doing several different kinds of pet rescue. All of my animals are rescue pets who have come to me one way or another, but we just sort of compiled different groups who are involved in local animal rescue. One that sometimes transports animals on planes, a woman who's very active on TikTok, but uses that as a platform to publicize the animals that she rescues. A woman who actually uses leftover copies of our sister publication, the Memphis Flyer, in kitten rescue. So, they say print is dead. But
I love it. I love it. Now, I do have a question, Anna. The artist of that pet rescue, is that anyone we would know?
No, that is an image that our art director found in his databases.
I gotcha. Okay. All right. And then what I loved also looking through this month's edition here is the farmhouse. I love the pictures.
Yes. So that was such a cool find. We do these habitats features on a pretty regular basis where we ask people to let us into their dwellings, and so this month, Chris McCoy, who handles most of our habitats, our homes features, he brought this one to us, and it's such a cool story because it's this home that's like on Walnut Grove. It's over 100 years old, but it started its life as a farmhouse back when there wasn't much happening in that part of Shelby County. I mean, back in 1919 when the home was built, I don't know that there would have been very much around it. And it looks like the current owners have really done a spectacular job. I have to admit, I'm fairly jealous of that kitchen. But I think that's really what these stories allow us to show is you might drive past a place every day for years and years and always sort of wonder, I wonder what it's like inside that place. Well, we try to answer that question for you because I think we all have that curiosity, and this place just looks so stunning and so inviting.
I agree, and I think back to that house that you guys showcased a few months ago in Binghamton that was just beautiful, and someone had taken over. That was gorgeous, and so I love it when you guys do it, and it was certainly nice to see. Again, this is the latest edition of the Memphis Magazine here. Beautiful cover, talking about local adventures, pet rescue, farmhouse, and much, much more. Anna, before we let you go, anything else you wanted to mention about this month's edition?
Just a quick little shout out to the small story that's on the last page of the magazine that's about Kong Wee Peng, who is the artist who designed this year's Memphis in May art poster, the official poster. And it is just absolutely beautiful. Kong Wee Peng lives and works in Memphis, but is actually from Malaysia, which is being saluted this year. So it's a really nice story about her and about the poster. And I have to say, it's just really, really stunning. I'll put it up here. So I thought that was a nice thing to spotlight, and that's how we close the magazine as we open the month. And we've got Music Fest this weekend, so I know everyone's excited to see how that goes.
Well, if you're at Music Fest and you see someone canoeing the Mississippi River, it might be Anna Traverse Vogel. She's sold on it. So, seriously, appreciate you as always, Anna. I love it. I'm really looking forward to getting my edition in the mail. And thanks so very much for joining us. Print is not dead, emphatically. So, thank you for all that you do.
Thank you so much, Andrew. Appreciate you.
In parts of Mississippi, electric companies are bracing for bad weather as hurricane season gets closer. It starts on June 1st. It goes through November 30th. Many companies getting their communications plans together so that if tragedy strikes, they will be ready to help.
We do have a crisis communication plan as well as an emergency response plan. So when those storms are out there brewing, we know they're coming our way. We're prepared. We meet. We have an agenda ready so that we are prepared and boots on the ground the second that we are safely able to.
Okay, of course, you should always have your own safety plan as the remnants of these storms could stretch here in the Mid-South. No word on just how much money was raised on Saturday at the Memphis 901 FC game. That money was raised to help those affected by the deadly tornado in Wynne, Arkansas last March. By the way, during the game, 901 FC won the match 2-1. Ticket proceeds from the match against Colorado contributed to the relief. For every single match ticket sold using the promo code, $5 went towards Wynne High School's boys and girls soccer teams. Let's take you to the Memphis Showboats' first Sunday game of the season for the Showboats. Memphis with some momentum after scoring an upset road win over Michigan last week. Even bigger test this week. Showboats in Birmingham battled the only undefeated team left in the USFL, the 4-0 New Orleans Breakers. And for the second week in a row, Memphis defense balled out. 4 forced turnovers last week, 3 yesterday, including this tip drill interception by Kyrie Rhodes at the end of the first half led to a field goal. Showboats up 6-0 at the break. And then fourth quarter now trailing 10-9, but driving a big 3rd and 5. Cole Kelly gets drilled by the stands. There's a delivers the floater to J.J. Wilson for the big conversion. Showboats inside the 5. That led to this. 2nd and goal. Kelly stumbles, keeps his foot cool. Wide open John Mitchell in the end zone for a 4-yard touchdown. 2-point conversion puts up Memphis 17-10. They need to stop it with the defense playing with their hair on fire. 4th and 5. Jermaine Kelly breaks it up. The Showboats take over, run out the clock from there, and they get this, their second straight win. They also beat up, the New Orleans Breakers 17-10, previously unbeaten New Orleans Breakers.
I mean, we're getting better and better each week. That's what you love, you know. A lot of talk was that this team that we're playing is, great quarterback, all that. That's an opportunity for us. We don't shy away. We get excited about that. To be able to go up against maybe statistically the best quarterback in this league so far, I was freaking excited, man. Couldn't wait. I wanted to come out play him, and our defense took that personal, and it's just a great win. The makeup of this team is freaking awesome.
Back home for the Showboats this coming week, Saturday, Simmons Bank Liberty Stadium against the Pittsburgh Maulers. All right, exciting stuff. I also want to let you know about the 5th quarter here. This is the weekly show that is on Action News 5. So this is the 5th quarter's Coach's Show. It's with sports director Doc Holliday and Showboats head coach Todd Haley. They break down every big moment of every Boats game every week. You can watch it Thursday, Friday, Saturday on Action News 5 Plus. Really cool stuff there. So great to see the Memphis Showboats winning. The Yacht Club very excited about that win, too. 2 in a row, and again, taking down the best team in the league. A civil rights pioneer working to make sure children across the Mid-South have books for free. The Civil Rights Museum partnership with Ruby Bridges here. Action News 5, Sydney Gray reports.
We are on the heels of a time when books are being banned, including my own.
And that's why civil rights activist and author Ruby Bridges says she'll continue fighting for kids to have access to books. Her reading festival, in partnership with the National Civil Rights Museum, was a dream turned reality several years ago.
I really wanted to be able to not just give books away to kids, but also to inspire them to write.
Her love for books started at a young age. She received them in the mail after making history as the first Black child to attend an all-white school in New Orleans back in 1960. Today, she continues to inspire the next generation, like young author Belen Woodard.
Just write your thoughts down, even if it's not published. I think it can just be really helpful, and I think it can also just inspire other people.
But at a time when thousands of books are being banned by states across the country, Bridges says teaching history as it happened is the only way to move past racial differences. Other authors agree.
It's so very vital and important to never forget our history, and because you'll repeat it if you don't know it.
I would almost reject the premise that that is made when people say that this is going to make certain kids feel bad. I think the unspoken fear is that they're worried that this is going to open the eyes of students.
In addition to the book giveaway, the festival offered kids and families the chance to connect with authors through storytelling, among other kids' activities. Bridges says it's critical people come together to ensure books are available to kids, even if they're banned at school.
If you are banning my books because they're too truthful, then why don't we start having a conversation about the books that we force our young people to study? Textbooks that we know omit so much of the truth.
What can we do about the books being banned? Vote.
Sydney Gray, Action News 5.
Okay, TVA opening their doors to the public for the first time in more than 20 years. After 9/11, the federal government classified TVA's dams as critical infrastructure, and they weren't going to do anything to risk security. So all tours were shut down. But after 20 years, TVA is opening it back up to a limited group. Again, TVA will allow small groups of 20 to tour places like Norris Dam in East Tennessee.
We're going to try to take people beyond just the powerhouse, which is the generating facility that's at Norris and these other dams. We want to take them into places that you can't fit more than a dozen or 2 dozen people at one time.
First tours started June 2nd with the last one on September 8th. TVA will only take groups of about 20 at a time, with participants selected by a random lottery.
Small but powerful.
All right, a Memphis Shelby County school campus meeting with the needs of the community. Grand opening of a new and completely free grocery store inside the school. Sydney Gray reports.
Small but powerful space. That's how Memphis Shelby County District leaders describe the Gooder store inside Treadwell Community School.
It's bridging the gap between the school and the community, and it's not for just a certain group of individuals. It is for the community.
The store is for any student, parent, or community member who's fallen on hard times. Treadwell school leaders say, unlike food banks, there is no income requirement to shop at the store. It's as simple as talking to the school about your needs, grabbing a bag, and shopping.
Even though families may be having a hard time, the school is the safety net. We want you to come back, and we want to partner with you without judging. We just want you to know that, hey, we are here with you.
Parents like Sheila Keaton say they're thankful for the resource.
As a mom of 4, that'll help a lot. That will help tremendously to be able to come in and grab a meal, maybe a meal or 2, just to even get throughout the week, because of the grocery prices, things have changed tremendously.
Gooder is based in Atlanta. For the past 5 years, the food sustainability company focused on getting leftover food to nonprofits. But when COVID-19 hit, the company doubled down on hunger relief. Their first grocery store opened last year. Treadwell's community store marks the first in the state of Tennessee.
You think about what eliminating an entire challenge out of these families' lives will have, the impact that'll have over the next 12 months to allow them to focus on some other things that they're struggling with in life. I think that will be kind of be able to speak for itself.
To me, this means that someone's looking and someone cares.
Sydney Gray, Action News 5.
The life of Memphis legal legend Walter Bailey will soon be made into a new documentary. It's called The Man, the Icon, the Law. Bailey was on hand for the film's announcement Friday at the Peabody, chatting with TV and film actor John Amos, who will narrate the documentary. His son, filmmaker Casey Amos, will direct. Bailey said he's honored to share the lessons he's learned from fighting for civil rights with a new generation.
To be inspired to seek to always make this a better world, a better place for all, in which all of us to exist and live peacefully and treat each other as human beings.
MVP3 Entertainment Group's behind the documentary. The company focuses on sharing Memphis stories through film and music. The father-son team will work on 5 new projects with MVP3. Border Patrol agents in Cincinnati have seized dozens of injectable cosmetic fillers not approved by the FDA. They came from several countries: China, Spain, Bulgaria. Some of the products seized include injectable fillers of Botox. The confiscated products worth around $175,000. Some fun for kids in Collierville. There are some town leaders there hosting a Tennessee's Least Wanted poster contest. Want to show you that here if we have it. Looks like we might not. Let me tell you about it. The focus is on letting people know about invasive species. So town leaders will provide the kids with some of the ones they can make a poster about. Then they'll have to do their own research about the chosen plant here. There are 2 contest divisions. You can see 4th and 5th grade division, and then there's another one, 6th, 7th, and 8th grade division. The deadline's July 1st. We have more about this contest on our website, actionnews5.com. Strange problem in Arkansas here. It's farmers trying to fend off vultures from cattle. We're talking about blackhead buzzards often attack cattle here. I'm sure you've seen them before. Most of the time they can target calves, moments after birth. And a farmer in Sharp County, Arkansas said he's seen the buzzards do some gruesome things to his cattle before, and he's trying to protect them when he can. The Arkansas Farm Bureau offers a program where 2 black-headed buzzards can be killed each year. Check out the latest cover of the Memphis Flyer. You can see it there. I want to talk about a story that's inside. It's about the Tennessee Ballet Theater. It's brought to life the histories of Ernestine and Hazel's, the Ansdale Mansion, and Jack Robinson Gallery through dance. And now the company is talking about the Medicine Factory, once a pharmaceutical company, now home to Artist Studios. Let's bring in the author of this article, Abigail Maurice. She is joining us now on the digital desk. Abigail, how are you? Good morning. Tell us about Tennessee Ballet Theater and the 901 stories. I find that so interesting.
Yeah, it's a really cool project that they do. It started, I think, a couple of years ago back, where they will bring to life like the histories of the building. So they did, like you said, Ernestine and Hazel's, and they're the Jack Robinson Gallery. But this time around, they're in the Medicine Factory. But instead of just focusing on the Medicine Factory history, they're going to like expand out into the general Memphis area. So they will do like a dance that's like about, there's this woman, Mrs. W.C. Stewart, who ran her husband's potato chip and mayonnaise factory after he died, and that was in the Medicine Factory. And so the choreographer and artistic director of TBT, she talks a lot about how she was fascinated by doing the research, how she was only referred to Mrs. W.C. Stewart and not like by her first name or anything. It's like that's all we know about her. So she choreographed a dance to that, and it's really cool. And there are a bunch of other stories in there too.
I love it. You know, it's almost like local history. I'm a big fan of history, and I love local history when you can tell it, and then telling it through dance like this. That's got to be really special. So where can we see these events? It's happening this weekend, right?
Yeah, so it's going to be at the Medicine Factory, and you can find out more at like either memphisflyer.com and go to like the events tab, or you can go online to their website. You can get tickets at tbt.ticketleap.com, and it's just really cool.
Yeah, so when you were researching and writing this article, what struck you as the most fascinating aspect? I mean, you know, you're seeing a ballet theater doing all kinds of different stories, you know, as we mentioned about Ernestine and Hazel's very iconic place downtown, and the Ansdale Mansion, another place. I mean, these are staples of, you know, Memphis architecture and folklore going back decades, hundreds of years.
Yeah. So when I was talking to Erin Walter, who's the artistic director, like I mentioned, we've spoken on the phone for like over an hour about like all these stories that she's talking about, because there's so much history that I don't know about, and I'm assuming other people don't. Like I mean, this might be ignorant, but like for me, I didn't know that Machine Gun Kelly was an actual gangster. I thought he was a rapper married to Megan Fox. So they're doing a dance on him and I think his life, but they're also talking about William Faulkner and his muse. I think her name was Joan Williams, and she was a novelist too. And like they wrote these love letters back and forth to each other, and so that dance is going to have choreography set to like actors reading out these love letters that they have between each other and talking about writing and stuff. And in order to like make that dance, Walter talked to like an author of a book that described this like romance that not a lot of people like know about, I don't think. And it's obviously like based in Memphis. The lady Joan Williams is from Memphis, and yeah, there's just so many other stories. And there's like, I don't know if you're familiar with Pink Lizzie, but she's like a really famous ghost story. And they're going to do like that dance in the basement to make it spooky. So it's going to be really fun.
Now, there's so many different ghosts in Memphis, Abigail. Which one are you referring to? Is this the one at the Orpheum?
No, this is, she was the ghost that haunted the Brinkley girls' school from like I think the 1800s, and basically she like appeared to the student while she was playing piano, and she was like this dressed in pink and like all gross looking and emancipated, and she looked dead, and she appeared to this girl and was like talking about her father. Her father used to own the house before, and there's this whole like fiasco around it because like the news picked up on the story like nationally, and it just kind of like spread, and like it got all these like seances and attracted all this like press. And then there's something about a jar, like she had to like go find a jar that Pink Lizzie wanted her to find, and it's supposed to have like all these secrets to the building. So she found the jar, and then they were gonna have this like big ceremony and open it up to the public, but then they lost the jar the night before. It's a really interesting story. I would recommend looking into it because it's wild. It's like there's so many areas of it. Yeah,
well, I mean, there's books written about various haunted areas all throughout Memphis. I mean, the Orpheum and Ernestine and Hazel's, and also Peabody. I mean, any of these places, when you have a town that's so rich in history and so old, you're going to have these kind of hauntings and stuff. But it sounds fascinating. I eat all that stuff up. What else can I want to point people again to your article here at the Memphis Flyer. It's on newsstands right now, and there it is, stepping out, where you're talking about these 901 stories in this dance theater, the Tennessee Ballet Theater, doing these stories through dance and talking about all these different things that are happening. And it's this Friday and Saturday, May 12th and 13th, with performances at 7 and 8:30. What else can we talk about, Abigail? This is fascinating.
Yeah. Well, Jordan occasionally will be emceeing. They're a singer in Memphis, and then they're also having Morgan McKinney from Acre, and she will be making cocktails, and one of them will be a Pink Lizzie like special cocktail. I'm not sure what that's going to look like yet, but I mean, it's a Pink Lizzie, you got to order it. Yeah, so that's supposed to be fun too.
Excellent, excellent. Well, Abigail, we appreciate you joining us here on the Action News 5 digital desk, telling us about a fascinating story that people can read at not only Memphis Flyer on newsstands now, but also memphisflyer.com. Abigail, we appreciate it. Thanks very much.
Thank you.
Okay, May is National Trauma Awareness Month, and this year at Regional One Health, the focus is on roadway safety is no accident. That's the theme, roadway safety, no accident. And there are plenty of, I guess you could say, overly enthusiastic drivers on I-240. That is putting it a very nice way. It might be a good time to just kind of remind people about some good safety measures, some friendly reminders about road safety tips and ways you should be driving, dealing with distracted driving, maybe drowsiness driving, speeding, that sort of thing. Because across the country, believe it or not, there is a rise in motor vehicle related injuries and deaths. Let's bring in Josh Dougal. He's with the trauma department there, the Elvis Presley Trauma Center at Regional One Health. He's the program manager Center. And Josh, good morning to you. I want to start with some of the issues that you see each and every day at Regional 1. Tell me about some of those significant injuries that are treated there when it comes to road safety. Good morning.
Absolutely. Good morning to you. Thank you for allowing us to talk about the roadway safety is one of the initiatives that we need to be really focusing on. So as you all may know or may not know, Regional 1 and the Elvis Presley Trauma Center is the only trauma center in 150 miles in every direction. So we truly care for the entire community here when at their most hour of need following a traumatic injury. Car accidents represent about a third of the total number of patients that come through here. So over 2,100 people are treated for car accidents at our trauma center, and most of them are quite severe.
Okay, 21 different, 21 car accidents. Is that in a given month or?
No, 2,100 in a year. So in 2022.
Gotcha.
So yes, over 2,000 patients coming in here.
Wow. That okay. My understanding is that one of the main reasons why there are so many car crashes is that people are distracted inside their car, whether it's the radio or, you know, essentially the computers, the dashboard, or just the phone. I mean, gosh, it drives me nuts when I'm driving at night or early in the morning and the sun isn't out yet, and I see the glow of the phone in people's face while they're driving. How bad how bad is distracted driving from your perspective, Josh?
Yeah, we know that distracted driving absolutely increases the rate of car accidents. As you just said, you know, there is literally a computer that sits inside of your car, and people seem to take precedence over making sure that they're logged in or plugged in or have their playlists up or their music set before they ever even really start paying attention as to where they're driving. And one of the things they're key that they're forgetting is wearing their seatbelt. So taking a look at our information from our trauma center here, about 50% of people that come into our trauma center involved in a car accident aren't wearing their seatbelt. And what that does to you is it doubles the chance of you actually dying from your injuries while you're at our trauma center. And that's not even talking about the people that may pass away at the car wreck scene before they ever even arrive to us. So it's huge to be thinking about reducing the ways that you're being distracted by driving. And then also remember those key fundamentals of just buckling up is so important.
So, I mean, you know, when I'm driving on 240, so after this is done, you know, I'm going to be going on 240 there, and the weaving in and out of some of these cars that are going at a high rate of speed, I mean, what's the best way to just kind of guard against some of these overly enthusiastic drivers, let's just say?
Well, I love the way that you put that. Always trying to put a smile on the driving habits of some of our colleagues out on the road. But I think the most important thing that we can do is to be active drivers and use defensive driving techniques. So again, making sure that you're distracted as little as possible, always trying to do what you can to anticipate what somebody else may be doing in front of you. Remembering back from whenever we all took our driver's test and they talked about appropriate following distances in front of the car that is in front of us, and making sure that you're ready for an evasive maneuver. Again, hands at 10 and 2 on the steering wheel is always important. Making sure that you're wearing appropriate shoes so that you can control your accelerator and gas pedal and brake pedal are all really great tips.
Okay, fantastic. And when it comes to drowsy driving, because we also see that, and you know, I work a very different schedule. I come in early in the mornings at like 4 o'clock, and then I leave, you know, at about noon time. That kind of schedule, you see all kinds of different people with drowsy driving. How much of an issue is that?
Yeah, it's really hard to actually put a direct number on it, but we do see that our car accidents do seem to peak not only late at night, but early in the morning. We know that the culture of the United States is that for people to work, and to not really take care of themselves and always kind of relying on things to keep themselves awake, such as caffeine or loud music, which again doesn't really pay off whenever we're thinking about driving and making sure that we're actually alert and able to avoid those accidents.
Okay, so anything else? I mean, you've talked about making sure you're buckled in, be defensive when it comes to these overly aggressive drivers, trying to stay alert as much as possible when you're behind the wheel. What else can we say that you haven't touched on, Josh?
Yeah, I would say one of the things that really is key is modeling good behaviors. So as we are all adults in our cars, we're driving around, if anything that we can do to model good behaviors to our younger drivers. So if our kids see us as their parents wearing our seatbelts and staying off of our phone and lessening the chance of having that distraction and also being properly restrained, that'll really pay off to our children who are going to eventually become the drivers. And then they'll be on the road with us, hopefully better prepared than we were as their adults.
Absolutely. Josh, is there any place you would recommend? We have thousands of people that join us here on the digital desk each and every day. Any place you'd recommend where people can go online, just kind of check out some of these?
Absolutely, yes. I will send you the link, but the National Highway Traffic Safety Alliance is a fantastic place to look for up-to-date information about what is happening in our state and across the country with rules and regulations regarding car safety. Also, just touch on one more thing. Remember to continue to wear your helmet as your motorcycle riders are out and about, and also keeping an eye out for them as you're changing lanes to make sure that you don't run into them and cause another accident.
Good advice. Josh Dougal, Trauma Program Manager at Elvis Presley Trauma Center at Regional One Health. Josh, we really appreciate your time this morning. Thanks for the tips.
Thanks for having me. Have a great day and wear your seatbelt.
Yes, yes, sir. Always good ideas there.
We're looking at a warm and muggy day across the Mid-South, very similar to what we saw this weekend. We do have a front that's going to continue to push the chance for a shower or thunderstorm through the Mid-South this afternoon and again tomorrow. Let's show you what to expect as far as the timing. Scattered to isolated showers and storms possible this afternoon. Not widespread, but certainly there could be some heavy rain with any of those. This front's actually going to move on through tomorrow, and then as it moves through and dives south, we have a reinforcing shot of less muggy air coming into the picture by Wednesday. So it's looking good as we head toward the middle of the week. In the meantime, you'll have to deal with that hot and muggy weather for today. In fact, dew points will be in the upper 60s to near 70. They'll finally drop the middle of the week, so enjoy this. And then they go back up a little bit for the end of the week, and they might drop again just in time for the end of the weekend. But hot and steamy out there this afternoon. We're talking about highs around 90, southwest winds 5 to 10, a 30% chance of a passing shower or storm. Highs around 90 as well, places like Covington, Somerville, upper 80s up toward Brownsville, probably mid 80s over toward Dyersburg. As you go to the south, around 90 or so from Senatobia to Olive Branch, and then 91 in Tunica, 91 in Clarksdale. Extremely hot in the Mississippi Delta, and we're looking for temperatures at or around 90 for most areas of eastern Arkansas as well. Let's talk about the timing for rain. So it looks pretty dry through midday, but the clouds will build as we go through the afternoon, then a pop-up shower or thunderstorm possible. Some of these, again, could be a pretty good soaker, but they're not going to be that widespread. They'll just be spotty in nature today. So some of you will get wet, some of you won't, but if you do, it's going to be extremely heavy. There could be some intense lightning with some of those as well. Then the main front will come through, and that will kick off a shower or thunderstorm as we go into tomorrow afternoon along that main front. Looking ahead to the end of the week and the weekend, and this is something to focus on because Memphis in May, of course, the activities continue, and this weekend it's going to be the World Championship Barbecue Cooking Contest. We're talking about highs in the low 80s Thursday and Friday. Only upper 70s Saturday and Sunday. That's really good because there have been past years where we're well over 90 with a high heat index. Not this year. There could be a passing downpour Friday or Saturday, but the good news is it doesn't look like a widespread rain event for that event. Now, as far as the rest of the week, again, temperatures will dip down some. As we go toward the weekend, we'll be fine-tuning the forecast for any of these rain chances for Friday or Saturday. So check back, especially if you plan to be out there all day long on any of those days. Temperatures at night will actually dip into the low to mid 60s, so you may be able to crank down that AC a little bit and enjoy the pleasant nights and the warm days across the Mid-South.
Good morning, everyone. Andrew Douglas in the Action News 5 digital desk. Inflation and interest rates, they are still running hot, leaving many consumers hesitant to spend money on items and activities that they truly love. And there's also concerns of a recession, if we're headed towards one, if we're in one right now. Let's bring in a smart shopping expert, Trey Bodge, to talk more about consumers and their spending habits, what they're concerned about. Trey, good morning. Let's talk about the latest spending trends and the challenges that Americans face right now.
So thank you so much for having me. This is such an important topic. Obviously, as you said, inflation continues to arise, and what we are seeing right now is a bit of a spending slowdown year over year, and then from March over February, month over month. Consumers are keeping their wallets a little bit closer. They're spending less. But of course, at the same time, we're heading into summer. We're wanting to travel. We have all these gifts to give: Mother's Day, Father's Day, grads, weddings. And so it's a tough time because consumers want to spend, but may not have the money to do so. And we're obviously avoiding debt as well because debt is more expensive. So it's a little bit of a tricky time financially for many Americans.
Yeah, no question about it, Trey. And I was just going to ask you, I mean, we got Mother's Day this weekend. Next month, we have Father's Day. Got a couple graduates in my family, got to get gifts for. How do we stay on budget with all this stuff?
So that is a great question, and that is really the key point here. We want to stay on budget. So I would suggest taking a couple minutes and taking a look at your budget, seeing if there's wiggle room, and then getting a sense of how much you can spend per person, and then planning your gift giving accordingly. The other thing that I would say is look for ways to save. Because this is such a big gift giving time, a lot of retailers will be offering sales. And so you should take advantage of looking at your favorite deal site to see if you can maybe get a coupon or earn some cash back. And then also don't ignore your memberships. You might have discounts coming that you don't even know are there. So for example, if you're an AARP member and you haven't bought some flowers for mom yet, there are amazing discounts with FTD. You can save 25% site-wide right now. And there are ways to save additionally on select bouquets by using code AARP30 or AARP40 to save on select bouquets. So by taking those extra steps, you can save significantly.
I like those ideas, memberships, coupons, that sort of thing. What about celebrations? Going out and trying to fight the crowds on Mother's Day is something that nobody wants to be a part of. And I understand that maybe celebrating at home might be a better option. Tell me more.
Yeah, so I love that. I mean, I am not one to go out and fight the crowds on Mother's Day either. And obviously, sometimes there's a prefix menu and there aren't things on there that everyone wants. And so I say celebrate at home. And a great way to do that is to do it collaboratively with the people around you. Have a potluck. Everyone loves to show off their favorite or their famous cookie recipe or their chili recipe. Have everyone bring something. And that obviously impacts the amount of time that you're spending to plan, and also the amount that you're spending as well financially. So that's a really good way to lighten the load and have a great time at the same time.
So after we get all this, Mother's Day, Father's Day, graduations, we're still trying to keep to that budget, stick to it as much as possible. And sometimes your health and health checkups might get in the way of that, or at least you don't want to initially spend for something like that. How can we stay on the budget but yet still pay attention to our health to keep it at optimal levels?
Right. So throughout the pandemic, so many people stopped going to the doctor. Obviously, we were afraid to for a while, and then we just kind of put those things on the back burner. So I'm suggesting to everyone to get back on that schedule, get your regular checkups, because obviously health problems are more expensive than being healthy, right? And then I would also say if you're interested in maybe getting your hearing checked or your eyes checked, these are very important things as well. And if you happen to be an AARP member, there are ways to save on both of those areas. So believe it or not, there are ways to save on your healthcare as well. And so you really want to keep up with those appointments and then make sure to get your hearing and eyes checked at the same time.
Anything else, Trey, before we let you go? This has been some great ideas and suggestions for people.
Yeah, so the last thing that I would say, because interest is so high, it's really important to try to avoid credit card debt because debt becomes more expensive when the interest rates are high. So try to stay within your budget when you're buying these gifts or hosting these gatherings, and you'll be much better for it.
All right, Trey Baj, a smart shopping expert there. We really appreciate you joining us here on the Digital Desk. Thanks for the recommendations and suggestions. Appreciate it.
Thanks so much for having me.
Good morning. I'm Amanda Hansen here at the Action News 5 Digital Desk. While flights, hotels, rental cars, the prices of these things continue to go up, it doesn't seem like travelers are stopping. People want to get out. People want to explore. People want to go on vacation. And so, with that comes expenses. And a recent survey from pay over time provider Affirm revealed that the majority of Americans still plan to be traveling. They plan to get out this year. And joining me now to talk more about just some tips for people is Senior Vice President and Financial Health Expert from Affirm, Katrina Holt. Good morning. How are you doing?
Good morning. I'm great. How are you?
Doing really well. I want to dive right in because I want to talk about this recent survey conducted by Affirm. It was revealing travelers' trends and preferences this year. What did y'all find?
Yeah, we found that despite record high costs, like you mentioned, people are still eager to get out and travel. The average American plans to take at least 3 trips this year and spend over $3,000 on travel. In fact, 3 out of 4 millennials and Gen Z plan to take up to 6 trips this year.
Oh, wow. I wish I could do that. Take 6 trips in a year. Of course, with that comes expense. It can be expensive to travel, finding places to stay. It all kind of adds up. Any kind of advice that maybe you could give to travelers that are looking to just get out there and cut loose and get some entertainment?
I do. I have 3 trips for travelers. Number 1, set a budget. In our survey, we found that nearly 1 in 5 plan to travel this year without a budget beforehand, which we know can easily lead to overspending. So when creating a budget, consider accommodations, meals, transportation, and shopping. And then to stick with that budget, use a transparent, flexible pay over time option like Affirm to spread out your costs and stick to your budget. So with Affirm, you can choose to pay bi-weekly or monthly. You can pick a payment plan with a clear start and end date with no late or hidden fees, which brings me to number 3. Watch out for gimmicks that come with travel credit cards. Just a few things to watch out for when using an airline or hotel credit card. Early sign-up bonuses that might be enticing can easily lead to overspending as you try to hit those minimums. And then number 2, 0% APR offerings. Those can come with deferred interest, and you'll end up with a surprise balloon payment down the line.
That's good advice because I think a lot of times people do like to use those different kind of travel cards to be able to earn points to be able to go on some of these trips. But I like the idea you talking about this pay over time option because for me, it means that I'm not having to pay a big chunk up front. I'm not going to end up with a huge credit card bill. And so really it seems like, a lot of times I see people, they're traveling all the time. I'm like, how do you do it? And it's probably this type of option. What are some of the other things that maybe you found from this recent survey that just kind of stood out to you?
Yeah, we also found that this is another big year for weddings. So the average American was invited to 3 weddings this year, and they plan to spend an average of $1,000 per wedding. So in addition to travel, we recommend adding a line item for weddings in your budget this year.
That's good advice. I was at a wedding back in November, and I probably did spend about $1,000 to be in that wedding, and then I'm getting married in May. So,
congratulations.
Thank you. Yeah, it is expensive. So like you said, being able to kind of plan, create that line item in your account to help you kind of be able to afford that is great. Where can people go to get some more information about some of the things we talked about here?
Yeah, they just need to go to affirm.com or download the Affirm app to learn more.
Well, good stuff. Katrina Holt, Senior Vice President and Financial Health Expert with Affirm. Thank you so much for your time this morning.
Thank you so much. Have a great day.
A veteran in Arkansas just wants his equipment back after it was stolen 1 week ago. He says he woke up yesterday and found the keys to his side-by-side at his house. His Vehicle was missing from his driveway. He is a disabled veteran, and after 3 tours, he decided that he needs his side-by-side. There it is right there. He said he uses it to bring up wood to his house, take his son fishing as well.
Bought the side-by-side to let me be able to maintain this property, to get around the property. I'm not able to, walk all the way around this property by myself.
Greene County Sheriff's Department is still searching for it, but it needs leads because they don't have any right now to reunite Evans with his vehicle. Okay, so Mississippians affected by the March tornadoes, you have less than 2 weeks to apply for FEMA assistance. It can be used for rent, temporary housing, other disaster-related needs. Deadline's May 25th. You can apply by calling 1-800-621-3362. You can also apply online at disasterrelief.gov or through the FEMA app on your phone. Okay, no bad blood here between Taylor Swift and a fan during a concert in Philly. People magazine reporting that Taylor Swift called out security, proudly handled a fan as she was singing. She points off stage and says that she's fine, referring to the fan, and that she wasn't doing anything. So she continues singing the song without skipping a beat. Pretty good there. Right now, I want to focus on imposter syndrome because that is an issue that you may not know much about, really, and it's important to combat what is imposter syndrome and to better understand it. Let's bring in Dr. Gail Gazelle. She is an assistant professor of medicine at Harvard Medical School and a master certified coach for physicians. Dr. Gazelle, nice to have you back on. Good morning to you.
Good morning. A pleasure to be here.
Yes, absolutely. Let's talk about what exactly is imposter syndrome.
It's so important to be aware of what it is. It's this idea that what we know is tiny, maybe as big as the tip of my pinky. And what our peers and similarly situated people know is, kind of massive, as big as the city of Boston. And we live in fear that we're going to be found out, that somehow people will find out how little we know, how smart we are, how compassionate we are, what a good parent we are. It can really cross into any domain. And when they find out, we are going to be the laughing stock of our institution or even of our community. We're going to be found out as a complete fraud. So it creates an incredible amount of fear and anxiety and distress for otherwise accomplished individuals.
So are these individuals that are people that live with this imposter syndrome, are they people already doing a job and then they fear that they are not living up to others' expectations? Or is it a sense of fearing the possibility of what they could do, but out of that imposter syndrome fear, they don't even go for that next position or a next situation?
I think it covers both ends of that spectrum. If you go on Google and you Google who feels like an imposter, you will be amazed at the number of very high-profile individuals who actually have felt like they are an imposter. Michelle Obama, Elena Sotomayor, Jodie Foster has a quote about, did they give the Oscar to the wrong person? So a lot of highly accomplished individuals walk around feeling like an imposter. And as you could hear, I named 3 women. It is thought to be more common in women than in men. At the same time, it can hold us back from achieving our full potential, from really going for it, from going for a job promotion, for example, for entering into a graduate program, for being a leader in our church or in our community. All of that sense of being an imposter can leave us feeling like we're unworthy, that other people are somehow better suited. So it's so important to actually recognize when we're going off into these imposter thoughts and utilize tools to work with them.
Anyone that has a sense of insecurity at any time in their life can have some empathy when it comes to this imposter syndrome. And is that thought and that syndrome, is it ignited by insecurities in the past? Where does it come from?
I don't think we know fully exactly where it comes from, but the fact that it's more common in women than men kind of gives us some clues. We live in such a gender stereotype society, don't we, that men are this way and women are this way. And for women, it's often about how we appear, how we look, whether we're smiling enough, whether we're pretty enough, attentive enough to our looks. And that can actually create a sense of insecurity, a sense that there's something that isn't really intrinsic to me that people are seeing as my worth. So I think that's an important factor to think about when we look back at the development of the imposter syndrome. Bottom line, though, it's incredibly common in otherwise very highly placed and accomplished people who I think, as many of us walk around, we would never suspect that they themselves are accusing themselves of being an imposter.
No question. So let's talk about ways to combat this, because according to the research out there, 10,000 to 20,000 thoughts our human brain has every single day. And gosh, I mean, I guess that could range in all kinds of different directions. But how do we combat imposter syndrome?
Well, that's the important question, isn't it? And I think you're right on the mark. We need to get to know our own thought patterns. As you say, the human mind is a thought-producing machine, tens of thousands of thoughts per day, many of which are incredibly useful. But when we begin to pay attention more with a mindful attitude of attention, we actually begin to see how many of our thoughts are not useful, not helpful. Self-accusatory thoughts like, I'm an imposter, people will find out that I'm not worthy. And so one really important strategy is getting to know your own thoughts and realizing that while these thoughts are appearing in your mind, you don't have to believe them all. You actually can question them. You can pause and question, well, how do I even know that I'm an imposter? What's the data that I'm utilizing to make this assessment? And then all of a sudden you can realize that it's actually a little bit laughable, that your mind has created this fictional story of being an imposter really on almost no data and certainly no objective data. So I think that's really important to apply very practical mindfulness tools to getting to know our own thoughts.
Yes, absolutely. I'm fascinated by this because absolutely mindfulness is key. What about other ways outside of one's self? Are there people, are there family members, perhaps professionals that someone could go to let them know or reassure them that they're not an imposter?
I think that's important, to go to confidants, whether that's a family member or a spouse or a colleague or a coworker, and actually get validation. I felt like I really didn't know what I was talking about when I gave that presentation, just as an example. Can you give me some feedback? In other words, that's a way to step out of the subjective process that our minds are in and actually get some objective data. I think another strategy that's really important is every day to do an inventory of your strengths. Looking at our strengths and accomplishments is a really important counterbalance to this whole idea that we're not the real deal. And so at the end of every day, just to do an inventory, well, what strengths did I evidence as I went through my day today? That's a way to build the muscle of seeing the truth. And we're not looking for some Pollyanna fake assessment of who we are. We're looking for a more balanced assessment. And that's one way that we can help ourselves develop it.
Self-confidence is key, I would think. How common is imposter syndrome out there?
We don't know for sure, but estimates are that over 70% of women experience the imposter syndrome. I'm a physician. I work in healthcare. I coach physicians and physician leaders. And in the over 500 physicians I've coached one-on-one in the last decade, I'll be honest with you, it's a rare one that doesn't walk around feeling like an imposter. And I think that tells us something as well. All the information and expertise that physicians have, all their years of training, all the good that they do in the world, and yet they walk around feeling like an imposter. So I think that kind of validation is important. And for your viewers who may themselves suffer from the imposter syndrome, sometimes when we realize it's not just us, that this is actually a characteristic of the human species, that many of us feel this way, that can also help reduce the sense of isolation that the imposter syndrome engenders.
Dr. Gazelle, this has been very informative for our viewers, what you're talking about with imposter syndrome. What happens if one of our viewers, now that they've informed themselves about what it is, sees someone that perhaps shows signs of an imposter syndrome? How should they approach someone?
I think that validation is extremely important. So perhaps to say to that individual, gosh, I can see how troubling this is. I can see how it kind of keeps you acting small in your workplace and in your community. And I want to share with you that I myself have felt like an imposter. So I'm saying that as Gail Gazelle, a Harvard Medical School assistant professor. But I think that's something that we can lend to others who are experiencing this. Simply validate that we too experience this, or that, people in high places experience this. I think, again, that decreases that sense that the mind has that it's just us. And so that can lighten the load and actually make one question, step into curiosity. Well, do I even need to feel this? Do I need to keep kind of lording this over myself, so to speak? And is it really helping me in any way?
Great information, Dr. Gazelle. Anything else you want to mention before we let you go?
I have a free guide on my site, if that can be helpful to your viewers, www.gailgazelle.com. It's called Imposter No More, where I share some of the tips that we spoke about today. So it's free. If that can be helpful to your viewers, please feel free to download it.
Dr. Gail Gazelle, Assistant Professor of Medicine at Harvard University. Thank you so much. I really enjoy our conversations. I feel like I learn a lot more after talking with you about the topics that we discuss. So I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you for having me.
Got some breaking news here on the Action News 5 digital desk. The nasty crash happened here. This is Knight Arnold and Castleman Street. Injuries reported. This is a live look at the scene here from our photographer who's there. You can see a number of different cruisers. Crime scene tape also put up. This is Knight Arnold Castleman. Right now we know the Memphis Fire Department has 5 units there on the scene, EMS units. And there are injuries reported, and they're asking people to avoid this area, move over for first responders working the scene. Again, you can see officers there. You can see that car off in the distance just mangled there. Again, this is Castleman, Knight Arnold Road, and just a nasty crash involving that car, and then there's the other car that's still in the street there. So we're on the scene trying to get some more information from our crew there as our photographer really focuses in on some of the damage that one car had. My goodness, it appears to be a high-speed collision that took place here. But again, we're live there on the scene there of 5 EMS units investigating and taking clues and various evidence in this multi-vehicle crash at Knight Arnold and Castleman, where injuries are reported. Again, avoid the area if at all possible.
We're looking at a warm and muggy day across the Mid-South, very similar to what we saw this weekend. We do have a front that's going to continue to push the chance for a shower or thunderstorm through the Mid-South this afternoon and again tomorrow. Let's show you what to expect as far as the timing. Scattered to isolated showers and storms possible this afternoon. Not widespread, but certainly there could be some heavy rain with any of those. This front's actually going to move on through tomorrow, and then as it moves through and dives south, we have a reinforcing shot of less muggy air coming into the picture by Wednesday. So it's looking good as we head toward the middle of the week. In the meantime, you'll have to deal with that hot and muggy weather for today. In fact, dew points will be in the upper 60s to near 70. They'll finally drop the middle of the week, so enjoy this. And then they go back up a little bit for the end of the week, and they might drop again just in time for the end of the weekend. But hot and steamy out there this afternoon. We're talking about highs around 90, southwest winds 5 to 10, a 30% chance of a passing shower or storm. Highs around 90 as well, places like Covington, Somerville, upper 80s up toward Brownsville, probably mid 80s over toward Dyersburg. As you go to the south, around 90 or so from Senatobia to Olive Branch, and then 91 in Tunica, 91 in Clarksdale. Extremely hot in the Mississippi Delta, and we're looking for temperatures at or around 90 for most areas of eastern Arkansas as well. Let's talk about the timing for rain. So it looks pretty dry through midday, but the clouds will build as we go through the afternoon, then a pop-up shower or thunderstorm possible. Some of these, again, could be a pretty good soaker, but they're not going to be that widespread. They'll just be spotty in nature today. So some of you will get wet, some of you won't, but if you do, it's going to be extremely heavy. There could be some intense lightning with some of those as well. Then the main front will come through, and that will kick off a shower or thunderstorm as we go into tomorrow afternoon along that main front. Looking ahead to the end of the week and the weekend, and this is something to focus on because Memphis in May, of course, the activities continue, and this weekend it's going to be the World Championship Barbecue Cooking Contest. We're talking about highs in the low 80s Thursday and Friday. Only upper 70s Saturday and Sunday. That's really good because there have been past years where we're well over 90 with a high heat index. Not this year. There could be a passing downpour Friday or Saturday, but the good news is it doesn't look like a widespread rain event for that event. Now, as far as the rest of the week, again, temperatures will dip down some. As we go toward the weekend, we'll be fine-tuning the forecast for any of these rain chances for Friday or Saturday. So check back, especially if you plan to be out there all day long on any of those days. Temperatures at night will actually dip into the low to mid 60s, so you may be able to crank down that AC a little bit and enjoy the pleasant nights and the warm days across the Mid-South.
Tennessee, Arkansas, Mississippi, we know it as the Mid-South. Well, guess what? We are also in the stroke belt, meaning there's a much larger incident of stroke in our region. We have Dr. Anna Yang joining us from Regional One Health. She's talking to us about this issue and why so many people in our area experience a stroke. First off, Dr. Yang, it's glad to have you back on the digital desk. Let's talk about why we are in the stroke belt. What are some of the factors that put us in there?
Yeah, so the stroke belt is this belt in the southeastern portion of the United States, starting with Tennessee, Mississippi, and Arkansas, and then going towards the east. And this area has long been known to just have a higher incidence of strokes compared to the rest of the United States. So to be in the stroke belt, it's about at least 10% greater strokes than the rest of the country. There are a lot of factors that could be contributing to this. There have been a lot of different factors that have been looked into. But obviously what I want to focus on is the ones that we can do something about. So that would include, things like your diet, your risk factors for, high blood pressure, diabetes, cholesterol, drug use, smoking. And then as far as risk factors, we don't have anything that we can't control. Race, unfortunately, is a factor as well, and African Americans are a lot more likely to have strokes than the rest of the population, which we do have a large population of here.
We always run these PSAs, Dr. Yang, about what to do in case of a stroke. I think the acronym is FACE. Is that what it is? Tell me what the warning signs are.
Yeah, so FACE or FAST. FAST is the most recent one that was out. Yeah, so FAST, so F for face, so you got the first one right. So the facial droop. A for arms, so if one arm is drooping, is weaker than the other side. And then S for speech, so slurred speech. And then T for time, so the faster, to remind you that the faster you see these symptoms, you need to call right away to go to the emergency room.
Okay, and can you talk about what happens in those in the cases of a stroke? I know it's there's a distinction between mini strokes and larger, more dangerous strokes, right?
Sure, yes. So broadly, there are actually two types of strokes. You've got your bleeding type stroke, which accounts for some of it, but the majority of strokes are going to be your blockage type strokes. So either way, you don't have enough blood flow going to the brain. So what we call mini strokes are basically strokes in a smaller vessel that go away. So you have symptoms and your symptoms resolve, and then when you get your MRI, you don't actually really see anything obvious. And then your big strokes obviously are the ones with, significant neurologic deficits, where you don't just have a little bit of weakness or a little bit of numbness, that you may even have permanent disabilities from it. And these are strokes that you can see when you get the MRI. You can see exactly where in the brain has been affected. But even mini strokes, if you have a mini stroke, it's not something to be taken lightly, because these are risks for having a large stroke within a couple of days to a month even. So even little strokes need to be taken care of and taken seriously.
Yeah, no question. I know that. I've had some family members that have had some of those mini strokes, and it is nothing to mess with. Let's talk about some of these different factors that people cannot control. You said age, race, those are some factors. Tell me about that.
Well, so traditionally we always thought stroke was, a disease of the older people. And in some ways, the older you get, the higher your risk. But at the same time, we're seeing it in a lot of young people too. Just not too long ago, I saw somebody in their 30s who's, thought they were previously healthy have a stroke. So it's not impossible to have a stroke just because you're a young person. We're seeing it more and more often in people in their 40s and 50s. So definitely age is a risk factor, but that's not the only thing we should go by. And yes, race. So African Americans, like I said, have a much higher risk and rate of strokes than a lot of others.
Okay, so if we have thousands of people watching us on the digital desk, Dr. Yang, if there are maybe 3 or 4 bullet points that you could give people to say, okay, you don't want to have a stroke, and ways to prevent ever having one, what would you say?
So the first thing I would say is go to your doctor, first of all, to get the things that you can control under control. So just because you don't know that you have high blood pressure or diabetes or high cholesterol doesn't mean you don't, because you've never seen a doctor. So please go get that checked. And if you do have these things, these are things that can be managed. And so the more you can lower your risk, the more you can prevent strokes. Majority of strokes are preventable, which is good news, but you have to know about these problems in order to do something about them to prevent them. So quitting smoking is another huge one. If you can quit smoking, ask your friends and family for help, or your doctor if you need medication to help. Smoking is a huge risk for stroke. And then, also watching your diet and, exercise, the normal things to stay healthy. Making sure, what you're putting into your mouth is what's best for your brain health and your heart health and your blood vessel health. And then, of course, avoiding drug use is another one. There are a lot of different drugs out there that can worsen your risk for stroke. So I would say definitely, A is to go to the doctor and work on these risk factors and do all the things that you can do to prevent the stroke. And then the other thing is, if you have one, please go to the ER immediately. There are medications, there are things that we can do, and the faster we do them, the better for your brain long term, the more likely that you can get some of your functioning back. Because, once the damage is done to your brain, the only thing left we can do is to try to prevent further damage and try to encourage your brain to, recover as much as possible.
You've said a lot during this interview, Dr. Yang. Where can we get this information? Is there someplace online where we can go?
So the CDC has, some information on strokes, some basic information, some statistics, especially about, this area, the stroke belt, and, in general. But I mean, your greatest resource is going to be to see your doctor and talk to them specifically about, your personal risk factors and your personal medical history.
Okay, I appreciate that. And then remember FAST, face, arm, speech, and time. Such a good acronym to remember. Dr. Yang, we appreciate your time, and thanks very much. Very informative. Appreciate it.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
$8.8 billion lost. That's according to the Federal Trade Commission, which received more than 2.4 million reports of identity theft, imposter scams, and other types of fraud last year. Carice Jackman has advice from AARP on how you can avoid becoming a scam victim.
From imposter scams to credit card schemes, fraud reports continue to climb across the country. Consumer advocates from the Better Business Bureau and the AARP are hearing from people concerned about scammers targeting their personal information and money.
We serve over 400 people every day who think that they might have been victims of fraud or even have a question about a fraud situation.
That's why Amy Novziger with the AARP says they've recently issued a fraud survival guide that covers common schemes and how to protect yourself from them.
We really want to bring people back to the basics when it comes to fraud and take some proactive steps that they can do for themselves.
The first step is simple. It starts with what you have in your wallet or purse. Novziger says many people still carry personal information that scammers are just waiting to grab.
There are a lot of people who are still carrying their Social Security cards in their wallet. That is a gold mine for a criminal if you lose it or if they steal it. So take your Social Security card out of your wallet.
Novziger says it's also important to protect yourself against identity theft.
A lot of people just still have the comfort level of writing a check, and criminals know that they can steal these, wash it off with a quick little chemical compound, and then rewrite that check for whatever amount they want. Do not put any of these checks in your outgoing mailbox, and really don't even put them in a big blue mailbox. Take them directly to the post office or consider some sort of e-pay.
And then there's the all too common email and social media scams, where fraudsters often pretend to be a legitimate business. Novziger suggests doing a privacy check regularly on any of your social media pages.
What you want to do is not allow anybody to friend request you that basically you don't know or have any connections with. This is a way that a lot of scammers victimize, their targets is through social media. So we need to do what we can to protect our social media pages.
Small but quick fixes in your life to help fraud-proof your world. With this Watching Your Wallet, I'm Carice Jackman.
Good morning, everyone. Andrew Douglas in the Action News 5 digital desk for a Monday morning. It is 7 o'clock, and our top story has to come from the interstate here. Still no sign of the person who shot at a Memphis police officer. This happened late last night on I-240 in Perkins. Police then that person then led police on a chase that spanned 2 states. We have Cindy Hawkins now joining us live from I-240 in Perkins, where this all began. She has details of this investigation. Cindy, good morning.
Hey, good morning to you, Andrew. As you mentioned, this happened here, Perkins Road, Interstate 240. Someone shot at a Memphis police officer. I want to start off by saying no one was injured in this shooting. The shooting happened here around 8 o'clock last night, and that person then fled. Memphis police say other officers in this area then found the suspect vehicle nearby, tried to get that person to stop, but the suspect then continued to drive along Interstate 55 and Bridgeport Road over into West Memphis, Arkansas. That person then got out of the car and then ran into a wooded area. Memphis police say they had some help from West Memphis police to search for that person. Again, no one injured in this. It's also important to note that Memphis police did not return fire in the initial shooting that happened here in Memphis.
So a crazy story here, Sydney, because you have this officer that appears to have had shots targeted towards them, and then this person took off through all the way to West Memphis and then bailing out and then running in a wooded area. Do we know anything about the car or how many shots were fired?
Yeah, very limited details at this time. I do know that the Interstate I-55 as well as Bridgeport Road, that area was blocked off from about 9 o'clock until 2 o'clock this morning. It's up and running, as is this area, Perkins Road and I-240. We don't know about the car, what vehicle that person was driving in, nor how many shots were fired. Again, we do know that Memphis police did not return fire, nor was that officer that was shot at injured. So that's the great thing to report this morning, that that officer was not injured. We're still working to learn where, if indeed, if that suspect is in custody at this time.
Okay, and is this something that the Memphis police is in charge of, and West Memphis is just assisting with? Do we know if they'll be back out on that wooded area later today?
From preliminary information, it seems as if the two police departments were working together. I reached out to Memphis police and they said they did not have that suspect in custody, but they did clear both scenes. As you see here, Perkins Road, I-240, this area is clear, as well as the I-55 and Bridgeport Road. When we went there earlier this morning around 4 o'clock, that area was also clear. Reached out to West Memphis Police Department and they were not able to confirm if that person was in custody there, but from preliminary information, it seems as if both departments were working together for this one specific incident.
Okay, Cindy Hawkins reporting live for us out of 240 in Perkins. We appreciate the report and thanks so very much. I'm sure we'll hear more about it later today on Action News 5. Cindy, thanks. Okay, May is National Trauma Awareness Month, and this year at Regional One Health, the focus is on roadway safety is no accident. That's the theme, roadway safety, no accident. And there are plenty of, I guess you could say, overly enthusiastic drivers on I-240. That is putting it a very nice way. It might be a good time to just kind of remind people about some good safety measures, some friendly reminders about road safety tips and ways you should be driving, dealing with distracted driving, maybe drowsiness driving, speeding, that sort of thing. Because across the country, believe it or not, there is a rise in motor vehicle related injuries and deaths. Let's bring in Josh Dougal. He's with the trauma department there, the Elvis Presley Trauma Center at Regional One Health. He's the program manager. And Josh, good morning to you. I want to start with some of the issues that you see each and every day at Regional One. Tell me about some of those significant injuries that are treated there when it comes to road safety. Good morning.
Absolutely. Good morning to you. Thank you for allowing us to talk about the roadway safety as one of the initiatives that we need to be really focusing on. So as you all may know or may not know, Regional One and the Elvis Presley Trauma Center is the only trauma center in 150 miles in every direction. So we truly care for the entire community here when at their most hour of need following a traumatic injury. Car accidents represent about a third of the total number of patients that come through here. So over 2,100 people are treated for car accidents at our trauma center, and most of them are quite severe.
Okay, 21 different, 21 car accidents. Is that in a given month or?
No, 2,100 in a year. So in 2022.
Gotcha.
So yes, over 2,000 patients coming in here.
Wow. That okay. My understanding is that one of the main reasons why there are so many car crashes is that people are distracted inside their car, whether it's the radio or, you know, essentially the computers, the dashboard, or just the phone. I mean, gosh, it drives me nuts when I'm driving at night or early in the morning and the sun isn't out yet, and I see the glow of the phone in people's face while they're driving. How bad how bad is distracted driving from your perspective, Josh?
Yeah, we know that distracted driving absolutely increases the rate of car accidents. As you just said, you know, there is literally a computer that sits inside of your car, and people seem to take precedence over making sure that they're logged in or plugged in or have their playlists up or their music set before they ever even really start paying attention as to where they're driving. And one of the things they're key that they're forgetting is wearing their seatbelt. So taking a look at our information from our trauma center here, about 50% of people that come into our trauma center involved in a car accident aren't wearing their seatbelt. And what that does to you is it doubles the chance of you actually dying from your injuries while you're at our trauma center. And that's not even talking about the people that may pass away at the car wreck scene before they ever even arrive to us. So it's huge to be thinking about reducing the ways that you're being distracted by driving. And then also remember those key fundamentals of just buckling up is so important.
So, I mean, you know, when I'm driving on 240, so after this is done, you know, I'm going to be going on 240 there, and the weaving in and out of some of these cars that are going at a high rate of speed, I mean, what's the best way to just kind of guard against some of these overly enthusiastic drivers, let's just say?
Well, I love the way that you put that. Always trying to put a smile on the driving habits of some of our colleagues out on the road. But I think the most important thing that we can do is to be active drivers and use defensive driving techniques. So again, making sure that you're distracted as little as possible, always trying to do what you can to anticipate what somebody else may be doing in front of you. Remembering back from whenever we all took our driver's test and they talked about appropriate following distances in front of the car that is in front of us, and making sure that you're ready for an evasive maneuver. Again, hands at 10 and 2 on the steering wheel is always important. Making sure that you're wearing appropriate shoes so that you can control your accelerator and gas pedal and brake pedal are all really great tips.
Okay, fantastic. And when it comes to drowsy driving, because we also see that, and you know, I work a very different schedule. I come in early in the mornings at like 4 o'clock, and then I leave, you know, at about noon time. That kind of schedule, you see all kinds of different people with drowsy driving. How much of an issue is that?
Yeah, it's really hard to actually put a direct number on it, but we do see that our car accidents do seem to peak not only late at night, but early in the morning. We know that the culture of the United States is that for people to work, and to not really take care of themselves and always kind of relying on things to keep themselves awake, such as caffeine or loud music, which again doesn't really pay off whenever we're thinking about driving and making sure that we're actually alert and able to avoid those accidents.
Okay, so anything else? I mean, you've talked about making sure you're buckled in, be defensive when it comes to these overly aggressive drivers, trying to stay alert as much as possible when you're behind the wheel. What else can we say that you haven't touched on, Josh?
Yeah, I would say one of the things that really is key is modeling good behaviors. So as we are all adults in our cars, we're driving around, if anything that we can do to model good behaviors to our younger drivers. So if our kids see us as their parents wearing our seatbelts and staying off of our phone and lessening the chance of having that distraction and also being properly restrained, that'll really pay off to our children who are going to eventually become the drivers. And then they'll be on the road with us, hopefully better prepared than we were as their adults.
Absolutely. Josh, is there any place you would recommend? We have thousands of people that join us here on the digital desk each and every day. Any place you'd recommend where people can go online, just kind of check out some of these?
Absolutely, yes. I will send you the link, but the National Highway Traffic Safety Alliance is a fantastic place to look for up-to-date information about what is happening in our state and across the country with rules and regulations regarding car safety. Also, you know, just touch on one more thing. Remember to continue to wear your helmet as your motorcycle riders are out and about, and also keeping an eye out for them as you're changing lanes to make sure that you don't run into them and cause another accident.
Good advice. Josh Dougal, Trauma Program Manager at Elvis Presley Trauma Center at Regional One Health. Josh, we really appreciate your time this morning. Thanks for the tips.
Thanks for having me. Have a great day and wear your seatbelt.
We're looking at a warm and muggy day across the Mid-South, very similar to what we saw this weekend. We do have a front that's going to continue to push the chance for a shower or thunderstorm through the Mid-South this afternoon and again tomorrow. Let's show you what to expect as far as the timing. Scattered to isolated showers and storms possible this afternoon. Not widespread, but certainly there could be some heavy rain with any of those. This front's actually going to move on through tomorrow, and then as it moves through, and dive south, we have a reinforcing shot of less muggy air coming into the picture by Wednesday. So it's looking good as we head toward the middle of the week. In the meantime, you'll have to deal with that hot and muggy weather for today. In fact, dew points will be in the upper 60s to near 70. They'll finally drop the middle of the week, so enjoy this. And then they go back up a little bit for the end of the week, and they might drop again just in time for the end of the weekend. But hot and steamy out there this afternoon. We're talking about highs around 90, southwest winds 5 to 10, a 30% chance of a passing shower or storm. Highs around 90 as well, places like Covington, Somerville, upper 80s up toward Brownsville, probably mid 80s over toward Dyersburg. As you go to the south, around 90 or so from Senatobia to Olive Branch, and then 91 in Tunica, 91 in Clarksdale. Extremely hot in the Mississippi Delta, and we're looking for temperatures at or around 90 for most areas of eastern Arkansas as well. Let's talk about the timing for rain. So it looks pretty dry through midday, but the clouds will build as we go through the afternoon, then a pop-up shower or thunderstorm possible. Some of these, again, could be a pretty good soaker, but they're not going to be that widespread. They'll just be spotty in nature today. So some of you will get wet, some of you won't, but if you do, it's going to be extremely heavy. There could be some intense lightning with some of those as well. Then the main front will come through, and that will kick off a shower or thunderstorm as we go into tomorrow afternoon along that main front. Looking ahead to the end of the week and the weekend, and this is something to focus on because Memphis in May, of course, the activities continue, and this weekend it's going to be the World Championship Barbecue Cooking Contest. We're talking about highs in the low 80s Thursday and Friday. Only upper 70s Saturday and Sunday. That's really good because there have been past years where we're well over 90 with a high heat index. Not this year. There could be a passing downpour Friday or Saturday, but the good news is it doesn't look like a widespread rain event for that event. Now, as far as the rest of the week, again, temperatures will dip down some. As we go toward the weekend, we'll be fine-tuning the forecast for any of these rain chances for Friday or Saturday. So check back, especially if you plan to be out there all day long on any of those days. Temperatures at night will actually dip into the low to mid 60s, so you may be able to crank down that AC a little bit and enjoy the pleasant nights and the warm days across the Mid-South.
Every 24 minutes, a baby is born in the U.S. and experiencing opioid withdrawal. Can you believe that? Every 24 minutes, newborns exposed to opioids during pregnancy are at risk for a condition. It's called neonatal opioid withdrawal syndrome, with the acronym NOWS. NOWS. A crazy situation here that we're just beginning to learn more about. I want to talk with Dr. Leslie Young. She's a practicing neonatologist at the University of Vermont Children's Hospital to talk more about this. Dr. Young, good morning to you. Tell me about the research and what does it show about the care when it comes to these opioid-exposed newborns? Good morning.
Good morning. So our research has shown that by using the ESC or Eat, Sleep, Console Care approach, we are able to reduce the amount of medications that babies receive following delivery by about 60%. And we are able to shorten their length of stay and the duration of time until they're ready to go home by about a week. So it's really exciting research.
Oh, okay, so Eat, Sleep, and Console, ESC. So tell me, first off, that stat just blew my mind. Every 24 minutes, a baby's born in the U.S. that has some sort of opioid withdrawal. I mean, if that doesn't tell you how bad the opioid epidemic is in this country, that stat should. I didn't even know it was that big. And so can you explain, the problem when a baby is born addicted to opioids and what are some of the problems that nurses see? And now that there's this new approach that there's an opportunity there. Just take us through, because I know our viewers might, this is the first time they're probably hearing of this.
Yeah, so it's mirroring the opioid epidemic, which you've highlighted as a significant problem. Babies aren't actually born addicted to opioids. Addiction requires a psychological piece of kind of seeking behavior despite consequence. So what we actually see is that babies are born with some degree of dependence and then experience withdrawal following delivery. These babies can have increased muscle tone or muscle tightness. They can be quite jittery when disturbed, or even just when laying there, they can have jittery movements. They can have digestive issues with diarrhea. They can have difficulties feeding. They can be challenging to console and to keep from crying. And so babies can have some degree of withdrawal if they've been exposed to opioids in the womb. And this exposure can be of prescribed medications or illicit. So our job as clinicians is to care for these infants in a way that keeps them safe. And the ESC care approach is the effective way that we've found to do that by really optimizing non-pharmacologic or non-medication-based care, so supportive care, having the baby in a low stimulation environment, dark setting, low light, swaddled, or even better yet, skin to skin with mom or another family member, as a really effective way to care for these babies.
Tell me how bad this problem is in Tennessee. We're in Memphis. We broadcast to Mississippi, Arkansas, and West Tennessee. Do you have any numbers closer to home?
Yeah, I don't have numbers off the top of my head for your area, but I'll say those are areas that are impacted quite a bit by the opioid epidemic. And as I said, the exposure to babies while in the womb has mirrored the epidemic. And so we've seen increasing numbers since 2010 and hope to see those numbers stabilize here soon. But as of yet, we've not seen that to be the case.
You mentioned Eat, Sleep, Console is the newest care approach to these babies that are experiencing opioid withdrawal. How does that differ from the traditional method?
Yeah, so the traditional method had at its foundation a scoring tool called the Finnegan Neonatal Abstinence Scoring Tool, which was developed in the 70s and used ever since because we didn't have another alternative. It tends to be quite subjective. It's looking at all the possible signs and symptoms of withdrawal, and the baby gets a score. So things like sneezing and this jitteriness I talked about contribute to a baby score, and then that score is used to dictate whether or not the baby gets medication. It tends to be subjective. We've found that it overestimates the need for medication. So more babies were receiving medication than probably needed to be. And so this alternative really looks at the functional components of what does it take to be a baby? What do they need to be able to do? And if they can eat, sleep, and be consoled in a reasonable way, then they're doing okay. And their withdrawal is well supported.
Fantastic. And how does this research really address the opioid crisis? I mean, not only across here in the Mid-South, but nationally?
That's a great question. It's one part of a very large puzzle, as you've alluded to, but one that I think I'm very excited to say we're making inroads on. The HEAL initiative, the Helping to End Addiction Long-Term initiative, is a very, very large initiative funded by the NIH that's looking to improve supports and within communities and care across all individuals who are impacted by the opioid crisis. It's bringing a lot of hope to communities, and it's really exciting and portends a bright future for those impacted by opioid use disorder.
You know, this is interesting, Dr. Young. Is there any place people can go for more information about this? Because the opioid crisis in our area is fairly significant.
Yeah, so the HEAL initiative has a webpage, and specifically for this study that can be accessed at www.heal.nih.gov/ESC, and that stands for Eat, Sleep, Console.
Okay, Dr. Leslie Young at the University of Vermont Children's Hospital. We appreciate you talking with us and informing us about this very important issue. Thanks very much.
Yeah, thank you for having me.
Want to switch gears now and talk to many of those viewers that are watching both on Facebook and our digital platforms, Amazon Fire, Apple TV, and Roku, about the job-seeking market and how to get your LinkedIn profile specifically up to where it needs to be. Amp it up a little bit so that it grabs those employers and says, hey, look at me. Hire me, consider me for this next job. Let's bring in the Senior VP of Marketing for Recruiter.com, Angela Copeland, joining us. Angela, welcome back. How are you?
Thank you. It's great to be here.
Yes, I appreciate you joining us. And let's talk about that market out there. So the last time we talked to you was several months ago, and you told us it was really a job seekers market. Is that still the same? And from your perspective, and how important is that LinkedIn profile these days?
It's a great question. You know, the market continues to be very exciting right now. You know, things are really changing. As you've seen, some big companies have had layoffs, things are changing. But we actually do a poll each month called the Recruiter Index. And we found for our latest poll that sentiment is up among both job seekers and recruiters. And as you know, the unemployment rate continues to be relatively low, considering everything going on in the market. So I think it's a great time to continue looking, and LinkedIn is a great place to start.
You know, so many of us have LinkedIn profiles, and a lot of times, you know, we're unsure exactly, at least I am, of what to exactly post on LinkedIn. I mainly contain it to professional skills, professional workplace, not something that's silly. That, you know, I'll put that on other social media platforms, but only strictly with work-based stuff do I put on LinkedIn. Am I doing right? What's the best way to really enhance your LinkedIn profile?
Yes, you are. So first of all, I hear from lots of job seekers who say, do I really have to do LinkedIn? Is it really that important? And yes, it is, especially if you have a job that's kind of a desk job. LinkedIn is critical. And I agree with you. Social things are meant for Facebook. LinkedIn is for professional. You know, LinkedIn has a lot of different uses. So one thing to keep in mind is that a lot of recruiters actually use LinkedIn to find candidates. I have heard from a ton of job seekers over the last year who've gotten cold calls from recruiters that are interested to interview them for jobs. And those interviews actually turn out to be jobs. But the way the recruiters found them very often was by looking at their LinkedIn profile. So what you want to keep in mind is that when a recruiter is looking for someone on LinkedIn, they actually search. They have a special tool where they can sort of search through LinkedIn profiles. So you want to be sure that yours is up to date. You want to have your current job, all of your current skills. There's a headline that you want to be sure to fill out because that actually helps you to go sort of up in the search rankings in LinkedIn. And you want to have a picture because you want to show those recruiters and the employers that you are a real person and that you're really there looking for a job.
So many people will reach out on LinkedIn to try and network with other professionals. Is that a good or bad idea? What are the parameters of networking on LinkedIn?
You know, I love networking on LinkedIn, but you have to do it the right way. You don't want to come across like a spammer. You don't want to be bothering people. But it is a good way to reach out. And very often it can be a good way to research a company and see if you can find who the hiring manager is or who the other people are that work at that company. And, you know, I think that is a really solid way to use LinkedIn. If you want to reach out and mention that you've seen a job posting that you're interested in and you'd love to ask more questions, or that you'd love to sort of share a little bit about your background, I think that's great. Assuming that LinkedIn is sort of like your one-stop shop to getting free meetings all day, every day is kind of a bad tactic to be taking. But I think, you know, LinkedIn can be an excellent source. There are also a lot of groups on LinkedIn that you can join that are specific to sort of industry or job function. And it's a great way to meet other people that are in your industry and to really connect with them. But I think last but not least, there's an entire section of jobs that are posted on LinkedIn. So if you're looking for a job, you can actually go and look up jobs at all different companies, not just LinkedIn, but many different companies, and find a fit for what you're looking for, and then you can actually apply. So it's interesting because you can use it in a lot of different ways, to stay in touch with people you've worked with, to make new connections, and then to apply for things you'd like to do in the future.
Great advice, Angela. What about the do's and don'ts? I get people coming to me saying, I don't know if I'm posting too much on LinkedIn or if I'm not posting enough. You don't want to bother people, but at the same time, you want to get your name and brand out there. Are there some good do's and don'ts that people should be following?
Absolutely. You touched on one, which is really keep it professional. When you have your photo that you're uploading, make sure that it is just you and that it's recent. I've seen pictures in the past of people that are in a wedding dress or that are at a party or have a drink in their hand. That is not a LinkedIn photo. So there are things like that you want to keep in mind. You want to, again, keep your profile up to date. I would say keep in mind, though, that if there are certain things that are confidential about your job or your company, don't post those in your LinkedIn. Have discretion. Again, don't reach out to people too often. If you are posting, you can actually share posts similar to Facebook. You can kind of share updates on LinkedIn. And I would keep those to things that are truly useful information to the folks that you're connected to. You don't want to be posting sort of random things that you might otherwise see on a site like Facebook. And I would also follow sort of social etiquette norms where you're not talking about things like politics, religion, money right on your LinkedIn. Think of it almost like a dinner party where you only know these people so well and you're there to make a good first impression, but it's got to be kind of surfacey to some degree.
LinkedIn has certain levels, premium, the free membership. When should we go for the premium?
It's a good question. The good news is they have a trial, and I always suggest to job seekers sign up for the trial and see what you think about it. You can get away with not having it, but if you are actively looking for a job, sometimes signing up for the paid service can be helpful. The big feature that I think is really useful to job seekers is that it allows you to send what's called an in-mail. And that means that you can send kind of like an email within LinkedIn, but to folks that you don't otherwise know or you're not already connected to. And each month, if you have a paid subscription, you're allocated, I believe it's maybe 5 in-mails that you can send, and that can really help you as you're applying. To me, that's really the biggest difference, although I do think it's possible that LinkedIn tends to prioritize the paid members above the non-paid members when it comes to applications and other, communications within LinkedIn. So I think there's a slight advantage, and it's not too terribly expensive, but I would start out with the free trial because you can certainly get away with using that.
You mentioned earlier about your picture, make sure you have a picture on there. And I'm curious, a lot of times people don't know the kind of picture. Do you want a picture where you're sitting at a cubicle? Do you want a picture where, it's like a glamour shot? Can you give a little clarity on the picture?
It's a great question. When it comes to your picture, it doesn't have to be some professional photo that you hire a photographer to take. You can have a family member or a friend take it, and you could take it with a phone even. But it does need to be, a shirt or a dress that you would wear in a professional environment. And, you want to have good lighting. You want to have the picture be recent, and, be sort of in a space where there are not other.
Okay, Andrew Douglas in the Action News 5 Digital Desk. Methodist Le Bonheur Healthcare hosts a camp Bravehearts. They've been doing this for many, many years. This is such an amazing experience, and it's for children ages 6 to 16 who have experienced a loss or bereavement. And it's been going on for quite a bit of time. I can remember doing stories years ago about it. And all I hear is that people who have attended this camp say that it's helped them so much. Let's bring in the camp director, Mark Smith, now on the digital desk to talk more about this year's camp. Mark, good morning to you. We have thousands of people who watch us here on the digital desk each and every morning. Can you fill them in on exactly what Camp Braveheart is? Good morning.
Good morning, Andrew. Thanks for having us on today. Camp Bravehearts is a free 3-day camp for children and teens ages 6 to 16 who have experienced the death of a family member or friend within generally the past 2 years prior to attending camp. It's staffed by a team of trained professionals and volunteers, and we spend those 3 days together learning to deal with their grief. We do that in several ways. One way is simply normalization. Truthfully, no one in society lives very long without being touched by loss of some kind, but as a society, we do a very poor job of acknowledging grief and loss. It's something we tend to keep behind closed doors and try to deal with on our own. We stuff it down and don't acknowledge it at all. So one thing that camp does just right from the start is it normalizes it. Everyone there, even our staff, have been touched by losses. So we normalize that grief. We come together as a group of staff and children and teens, and we acknowledge the grief rather than stuffing it down and pretending it isn't there. And beyond that, we work toward expressing the emotions that comes with grief in healthy ways rather than destructive ways. And we do that through a variety of activities that may speak to a particular teen or child in ways such as expressive art, expressive music, fun, a group, physical. You know, when you think of a camp, those sorts of camp activities, and sharing memories and stories of our loved ones.
You know, I can't imagine anyone at the ages of 6 to 16 who have lost someone so near and dear to their hearts, perhaps a parent, a brother and sister. It just is devastating for that. And for you guys to organize this kind of camp is so great, making it free and open to anyone. But I know May 26th is when registration closes, so people need to begin registering now for this camp that is from June 21st through the 23rd. Tell me about the coping skills that you guys, you and your staff try to teach at the camp, Mark.
For sure. First is simply acknowledging it. So again, many people are taught that we should pretend our grief isn't there, that simply to go on and be strong. Be strong is something that you hear quite often when it comes to grief. And unfortunately, many people hear be strong and they feel like, well, that means I have to put on a brave face. I have to act as if I'm not feeling all of these things that I am feeling, but I'm supposed to be strong. There's this expectation put on me. And so I can't let anybody see that. I can't let anybody know what I'm feeling inside. So again, from the beginning, just normalizing that what you feel in grief is part of grief. It's okay to feel. It's okay to express it. No, we do want to express in healthy ways. One emotion that people may feel with grief, sometimes we feel angry about the loss. And certainly there are healthy ways to express anger, and there are unhealthy and destructive ways to express anger. So we talk about that. We have some examples. One activity that we do every year involves going to the edge of a lake, and we have an emotion that we write. And for different campers, it's different what that emotion is, but a difficult, big emotion they've been holding on to. And we write that onto a rock, and we do a physical activity of throwing that rock into the lake to represent being able to let that out. So for someone who's holding on perhaps to anger, that physical emotion of throwing the rock in a safe place, the lake, instead of at someone, is a healthy way for example, to let that anger out, and also that physical activity. There's an actual energy release there. We also talk about coping through art, coping through music. Now, not everyone, will that speak to. So we talk about other ways. We have a child life specialist who's a part of our team, and she's going to be doing programming with our age groups about that. We have a music therapist that is coming over from LeVonner. He's going to be spending time talking about how music becomes a part of your coping, even if you're not making music yourself, how you can integrate music into your coping. We have other activities that we do that are specifically geared to talking about if you're having big feelings, what are some ways, a menu, if you will, of expressing those and coping with those that acknowledges, lets the feeling come, and lets you process, think through, express in healthy ways, rather than keeping it bottled up inside, rather than turning yourself into a human pressure cooker, if you will, waiting for it to just explode.
We're talking about Camp Bravehearts with the camp director, Mark Smith. Camp Bravehearts, 3-day free camp, June 21st to 23rd, a safe space for emotional healing after the death of a family member for anyone who's 6 to 16. I know it's at For the Kingdom Retreat Center in Northeast Memphis. That's a beautiful campus, and it feels like you're out in the woods when you're actually in the city of Memphis, but it's beautiful, and there's so many great things for the kids to participate in. Tell me what you notice about campers as they participate in various studies and activities there at the camp during Camp Bravehearts.
Andrew, kids are kids, and on day one we see a variety of personalities, just what you'd expect from a group of kids and teens. When we first welcome kids into camp, For the Kingdom has a great facility, and so there's we'll have some different we'll have volleyballs, basketballs, different things that the kids can do just to kind of, as they acclimate to being on site there. And you'll see some who are open and playful and quickly making friends and being loud like kids and teens do. Some are quiet and reserved and kind of hanging out on the edges, a little more introverted. But pretty early in the day, we have an activity, again, that acknowledges that elephant in the room, that we're all there. We're having fun, and everyone there, even our staff, all of our campers, have had a loss. And we begin to normalize. And as we keep doing activities, some fun, some serious, some physical activities that then we can make connections back to loss and expression and feeling, some that are very focused on different aspects of loss and expression and emotion. You might see common ground between the campers begin to form, just maybe over, you like Pokemon or you like soccer, so do I, and it's friendships that begin to form. Maybe it's, you lost your mom, I lost my mom, and common ground begins to form. Friendships begin to form. Campers begin to find that it's okay and it's safe to share because everybody here has had a loss, and nobody's going to judge me for what I feel in this place. So over the time together, then we begin to see some victories. Maybe it's a small victory where just someone who's been quiet through several sessions realizes that it's safe to share, and maybe they speak up and they share something that's on their mind. Maybe it's a larger victory. Maybe it's somebody who's really nervous, maybe about one of the physical activities. There's a climbing wall activity, and maybe somebody who's nervous about that, they take a small step. Maybe it's just they walk up to the wall and they literally take one step up off the ground, and that's the victory. And that's a huge victory because their friends that they've been with in their group are cheering them on and supporting them, not in a judgmental way, but just, hey, you can do this. We're here with you, which also is parallel to grief. Hey, we're in this together. We're here with you. So sometimes we also see big victories in the emotional front, like, hey, I've never really shared how I felt before. Now I feel like I can. And not just here at camp. Maybe I can go back and tell other friends or my family how I feel. These are the changes that we can see over our time together.
That's fantastic. I really appreciate everything you and your staff does for this camp and for so many Memphians and families out there that are going through such a devastating loss. Where can people sign up? Where can they get more information about Camp Bravehearts? And is there anything else you want to mention before we let you go?
They can go to methodisthealth.org/Camp Bravehearts. methodisthealth.org/Camp Bravehearts. All our information for registration is on our website there. And also, if anyone would like to sponsor our camp, it is free for campers due to generous donations through the Methodist Foundation and the Methodist Golf Classic. So information about how to sponsor campers on the webpage. We're actually going to, Andrew, we're going to extend that registration out to May 31st, just to try to get even more. We're having great response. We want to get even more response to our camp. Just the last thing that I would share for everyone who's listening is grief is a normal and natural reaction to loss. And Methodist Healthcare wants to partner with our community to walk through that with you. So please check out our website. And if you know a child or a teen who's had a loss, please send them our way.
Okay, well, listen, Mark Smith, we really appreciate you. Camp Bravehearts Program Director, thank you for all that you do for the community and Camp Bravehearts. Again, that registration deadline has been extended until the very end of May 31st. The camp, again, June 21st to 23rd for the Kingdom Retreat Center in Northeast Memphis. Mark, good luck this year. Thanks again for all that you do.
Thank you, Andrew.
All right, that does it for us here in the Action News 5 Digital Desk. Before we let you go, I want to show you this. This is actionnews5.com. We have a poll put up there. Should Ja Morant miss time with his latest suspension? Please weigh in. There's a couple multiple choice there. Yes, a few games, more than 20 games, no, or a whole season. We'd love for you to weigh in. Again, the address actionnews5.com. That does it for us. We'll see you again bright and early tomorrow morning, beginning at 7 o'clock. Action News 5 midday, starting at the top of the hour.